What's up, guys? Welcome to Eclipse Wizardry. We've got something special today. What if Fleur Hermione and Ginny bonded to Harry at age 6 and ancient magic made them obsessive sister wives? Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The cupboard smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular kind of darkness that comes from never once being allowed to leave. Harry Potter was 5 years and 11 months old, and he had learned a long time ago that the best thing he could do in the cupboard was make himself small. Not just physically, though he was very good at that too, curling into the corner where the hot water pipes ran, where the warmth was almost like something alive, but small in every other way too. Small thoughts. Small hopes. Small dreams that didn't hurt too much when they evaporated in the morning. He was very good at it. Dudley had said once, in that particular braying voice he used when he wanted Vernon to laugh, that Harry was so small he might as well not exist. Vernon had laughed. Harry had filed that one away in the same place he filed everything Dudley said, not as a wound, not anymore, but as information. A map of what the Dursleys needed him to be. Tonight though, something was wrong with the smallness. It had started 3 days ago. A feeling like a string tied around his sternum, pulling, not painfully, but insistently, the way you pull on someone's sleeve when you really need them to look. Harry had ignored it the first day. He was good at ignoring things. But the pull had gotten stronger, and tonight it was less like a string and more like a fist, and Harry sat up in the dark with his thin blanket pooled around his waist and pressed his palm flat against the cupboard door and felt something on the other side of the world lean toward him. He didn't know what it was. He didn't have the words for it. He was 5 years and 11 months old and nobody had ever taught him words for feelings. But it felt, distantly and impossibly, like someone running toward him. Hermione Granger was reading Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them for the third time when the dream happened. She called it a dream afterward because that was the closest word she had for it, but it wasn't really a dream. She was fully awake, sitting cross-legged on her bed at 9:30 with the book open in her lap and her bedside lamp on, and then suddenly she wasn't there at all. She was somewhere else entirely. A place without walls or floors or ceilings, just a vast, warm, amber-colored somewhere that smelled like rain on hot stone, and in the middle of it, like the eye of something enormous and patient, was a light. Hermione did what Hermione always did when confronted with something she didn't understand. She looked at it very carefully. The light was about the size of a person. It pulsed with a rhythm that, after a moment, she recognized as a heartbeat. It was warm, not hot, not aggressive, just warm, and it was reaching toward her with something that wasn't quite hands but functioned like them, and Hermione, who had been told her whole life that she was too clever for her own good, felt the elaborate architecture of her caution collapse completely. She reached back. The amber place vanished. She was on her bed again, Fantastic Beasts sliding off her knee onto the floor, and she was crying, which she hadn't been a moment ago, and she had absolutely no idea why except that something had just touched the very center of her and found it good and she had never, not once in 9 years of being Hermione Granger, felt that before. She was off her bed and down the stairs before she'd made any conscious decision to move. "Mom," she said, appearing in the kitchen doorway where her parents were washing up after dinner. Her voice came out strange, not frightened, but urgent, the way voices got when something important was happening. "I need to go somewhere. Tonight. I know that sounds completely mad but I need to go to." She stopped. She didn't know the address. She only knew a direction. "Surrey," she finished. "Somewhere in Surrey. Please." Her parents looked at each other over the washing up. They had raised Hermione to be honest and had, over 9 years, developed a finely calibrated sense for when she was being exactly that. Jean Granger dried her hands on a tea towel and said, "Get your coat." Ginny Weasley came off her broom so fast she nearly took the garden gnome fence clean off its post. She'd been flying illegally, she did everything on a broom illegally, borrowed Fred's when he wasn't looking, flew out past the apple trees where Mum couldn't see from the kitchen window, and she'd been in the middle of a completely perfect dive when the pull hit her like a bludger to the chest. She sat in the grass where she'd landed and pressed her hand to her sternum and thought, with great conviction, that is the strangest thing that has ever happened to me, which was saying something, because she had 6 brothers. It happened again an hour later while she was supposed to be sleeping. A dream that wasn't a dream, a warm amber place and a light and a reaching, and Ginny didn't hesitate for even a second. She reached back with both hands and everything she had because she had been 7 years old her entire life and she had always been the littlest and the least and the one who got left out, and whatever this was, she was not going to miss it. She woke up with her heart pounding and Charlie's old jumper twisted around her like she'd been wrestling with it, and she went directly to her mother. Molly Weasley heard the dream described in Ginny's tumbling, breathless way and went very still in the manner that meant she was actually frightened but wasn't going to show it in front of her daughter. Then she went to Arthur. Arthur listened with his head tilted and his hands folded, and then he went to the fireplace and called Dumbledore, but there was no answer, and after a very long consultation of his own instincts, Arthur Weasley looked at his wife and said, "I think we should take her." "Arthur, I think we should take her now, Molly." Fleur Delacour had been managing the Vila pull her entire life. It was a thing that lived in her chest, the part of her that was her grandmother's blood, the part that made men stupid and women suspicious and everyone, either frightened or hungry. She had learned to wall it off. To be more than it. To walk into rooms with her chin up and let people be idiots about her while she was busy thinking. So when a different pull started, a pull that had nothing to do with being Vila, a pull that was cold and clean and calling rather than radiating outward, she almost didn't notice it, because she was so practiced at managing the other kind. Then the dream came. And Fleur Delacour, who was 8 years old and already the most carefully controlled person she knew, absolutely lost her composure. She ran into her parents' room at midnight and woke her father with both hands shaking his shoulder and said, in extremely rapid French, "Papa, there is something pulling me and I need to go, and it is not Vila magic, I swear it is something else, something old, and it is in England and I need to go tonight." Apollon Delacour, sitting up in bed with her silver blonde hair loose, went still in a way that was completely different from how ordinary people went still. Then she said, very quietly, "Describe the dream." Fleur described it. Every word. The amber light. The warmth. The heartbeat at the center. The reaching. When she finished, her mother's expression had gone through something complicated and arrived at something that looked like awe. "Ma Fleur," she said softly, I think you must go." "What is it?" Fleur demanded. "Something I have only read about," Apollon said. "Something I did not think still existed in the world." Privet Drive was asleep. Every house perfectly dark, every car perfectly parked, every hedge trimmed to a height that communicated exactly the right amount of respectability. Number 4 sat at the end of the row like all the others, ordinary, blank, completely sealed against anything unusual. The Grangers' car pulled up at the curb at 20 past midnight. Hermione was out before her father had properly stopped, standing on the pavement in her coat and pajama bottoms and her school shoes that she'd put on the wrong feet in her hurry, staring at the house with an expression like someone who had arrived at a place they'd been before without ever having been there. A battered Ford Anglia arrived 7 minutes later, Arthur Weasley at the wheel with the engine making the particular sound that suggested magic was doing approximately 40% of the mechanical work. Ginny was out of the passenger seat before the car stopped moving. She was like that, always in motion, always arriving somewhere faster than anyone expected. She saw Hermione on the pavement and stopped. Hermione saw Ginny and stopped. They looked at each other for a moment with the particular wariness of children who have never met but who share a secret neither of them has the words for yet. "Did you have a dream?" Hermione said. "Obviously," said Ginny. They both looked at the house. The third car, not a car, actually, a conjured vehicle that Philippe Delacour had manifested out of pure magical necessity because the train didn't run at this hour, arrived at the end of the street while Arthur Weasley was climbing out of the Anglia looking profoundly uncomfortable and repeatedly glancing at the perfectly ordinary suburban houses as though expecting muggles to come pouring out of them. Fleur stepped onto the pavement and the amber light from the street lamp caught her hair and for a moment she looked like something out of a painting. Then she walked toward the house without hesitation, straight-backed, and the other two fell into step beside her without either of them consciously deciding to. "You had the dream," Fleur said. "Not a question." "Yes," said Hermione. "Yes," said Ginny. "Then we go in," Fleur said. "You can't just go in," Hermione said, because she was Hermione. "It's someone's house." "There are people, there is no one awake," Fleur said. She wasn't looking at Hermione. She was looking at the door with an expression of complete concentration, her head slightly tilted. "The house is very quiet. But there is something under it." Hermione opened her mouth and then closed it because she could feel it too, now that she was standing this close, that warm pull, much stronger, coming from below and to the left and, under the stairs, Ginny said, and her voice had gone funny. "There's someone under the stairs." The three of them stood on the front path of number 4, Privet Drive, in the deep quiet of a Surrey night, and understood simultaneously that they were about to do something that could not be undone. Ginny reached out and tried the door. It was locked. Then Harry, inside his cupboard, felt the pull become a shout, and every lock in number 4 Privet Drive turned at once. Vernon Dursley, rather, though the error would prove appropriate before the night was out, woke up because the house sounded different. He had lived in number 4 for 11 years and he knew how it sounded, the settling of joists, the hum of the refrigerator, the particular clockwork of Petunia's breathing beside him. What he heard now was not those sounds. What he heard was his front door opening. He was out of bed and on the landing with a cricket bat before he'd fully woken up, which said something about the layers of anxiety operating permanently just below Vernon Dursley's surface. What he saw when he looked down the stairs stopped him cold. 3 girls stood in his front hall. That was the first thing, 3 girls, none older than 8 or 9, standing in the dark of his house at midnight as though they'd been expected. One of them had white blonde hair that caught even the thin moonlight through the window. One of them had an enormous quantity of brown curls and her shoes on the wrong feet. One of them had red hair and was already looking around the hall with the proprietary air of someone assessing real estate. "Who the bloody hell are you?" Vernon demanded from the top of the stairs, because he was Vernon Dursley and this was the sort of thing Vernon Dursley said. None of the girls looked at him. They were all looking at the cupboard under the stairs. The brown-haired one said, quietly, to no one in particular, "There's a child in that cupboard." And that sentence, delivered in a 9-year-old's voice with the cool precision of a verdict, landed in the hallway like a stone in still water. Petunia appeared behind Vernon in her dressing gown, took in the 3 girls, took in their expressions, and went white. "Now see here," Vernon started. "Open it," the white blonde girl said. Still not looking at him. Looking at the cupboard door. "You have no right to come into my house and," the cupboard door opened by itself. Every light in number 4 Privet Drive came on at once. Harry blinked in the sudden brightness, squinting, and saw 3 faces in the cupboard doorway looking down at him. He scrambled back automatically, he always scrambled back when the door opened, it was an old reflex, and then stopped, because none of these faces were Dursley faces. None of them had the particular quality of looking at him that Dursley faces had, that measuring look that was either deciding how much trouble he'd caused or calculating how much trouble he could still be caused to do. These faces were just looking at him. The way you looked at something that mattered. "Hi," said the red-haired girl. Harry stared at her. "Hi," he said, very quietly. "I'm Ginny," she said, crouching down to his level. "This is Hermione," the curly one lifted a hand, "and this is Fleur." The blonde one was looking at him with an expression he didn't have a word for. "We had a dream," Ginny continued, as though this explained everything. "About you. Sort of. About a light. And we came." "Oh," Harry said. "You're very small," Ginny observed. Harry considered this. "I know. Why are you in a cupboard?" He opened his mouth and then looked past them at Vernon, who was on the bottom stair now with the cricket bat and an expression that had gone from angry to something much more complicated. Harry had learned to read Vernon's face the way sailors learned to read weather. Right now Vernon's face said, "I am about to do something I will frame as my right, but which part of me knows is wrong." He looked back at Ginny. "I sleep here," he said. Ginny's expression did something sharp and complicated. Then she held out her hand. Harry looked at the hand for a moment, the palm-up openness of it, the complete absence of condition or threat. In 5 years and 11 months of life, he had received a remarkably small number of hands offered freely. He counted them now, quickly. He reached 0. He took her hand. The world came apart. It was not an explosion, exactly. It made no sound. But every adult on Privet Drive who was still awake and happened to be looking out their window saw a light come on at number 4, not from the windows but from the house itself, from the walls, a warm amber glow like the house had been filled with something living, and then they looked away and found they didn't really remember what they'd seen. Inside number 4, all 4 adults felt it. Felt it not in the way you feel sound or heat but the way you feel something pressing against the inside of your chest, a vast, old, immense recognition, like a lock turning, like a name being spoken that you hadn't heard in a very long time. Apollon Delacour, standing in the front doorway watching, pressed both hands over her mouth. Arthur Weasley, standing on the front path, sat down suddenly on the garden wall. Jean and David Granger, standing on the pavement, held each other's hands and watched the amber light pulse once, twice, 3 times through the walls of the house. Petunia Dursley made a sound she would deny ever having made. Vernon Dursley took 3 steps back up the stairs and sat down heavily on the landing, the cricket bat across his knees, staring at the hallway below him where 4 children were surrounded by light. Inside the cupboard, and the cupboard was not really the cupboard anymore, or not just the cupboard, because the walls had gone amber and warm and distant, Harry and Ginny were holding hands. Hermione had stepped forward and taken Harry's other hand without quite choosing to. And Fleur had crouched and placed her palm against his cheek with the deliberate care of someone performing something sacred, and said something in French that was so old it wasn't really French anymore, and Harry had looked at her with his enormous green eyes and said nothing at all. The ancient magic looked at the 4 of them. Tasted what it found. Considered. Then it said yes. It said yes the way continental plates say yes to an earthquake, slowly, irresistibly, and with the calm certainty of something that has been waiting for a very long time. Hermione would try to describe it later. She would try several times, in journals and letters and eventually in a paper she wrote at age 14 that made 3 senior unspeakables cry, and none of her descriptions would quite get there. The closest she ever came was this: it felt like being cold your whole life and not knowing you were cold, and then suddenly having warmth, and the relief of it was so enormous it was almost unbearable. Ginny didn't try to describe it at all. She had never been good at finding words for feelings. What she knew was that one moment she was Ginny Weasley, the youngest, the littlest, the girl, and the next moment she was, still Ginny Weasley, but also something more. Something with roots. Like she'd been a plant growing in nothing but air and now there was soil under her, deep and warm and permanent. Fleur felt the Vila part of her go quiet for the first time in her life. Not suppressed, quiet. Still. The way a rough sea goes still, not because the water has changed but because something has changed underneath it. She looked at Harry, at this small, thin, enormous-eyed boy in a cupboard, and felt the ancient magic name what it was doing: family. Not blood family. Not chosen family in the soft, metaphorical way. Family as a contract. Family as a bond written into the bones of the world. Harry didn't feel anything like words. He felt like being held. That was all. He didn't know what holding felt like from the outside but he knew it from every book he'd ever sneaked off Dudley's shelf, and that was what this was, the world holding him, the magic of it, warm and amber-colored and certain. Then it settled. And the four of them were sitting on the floor of a cupboard that was somehow much too large for what it had been a moment ago, in a spreading circle of golden light, and the light faded slowly the way dawn fades, not into darkness but into an ordinary brightness, and they were children again. Just children. Sitting on a dusty floor holding hands. "Oh," said Hermione softly, with the tone of someone who has just understood something much bigger than they were prepared for. "Yeah," said Ginny. Harry looked at Fleur, who still had her hand against his cheek. "You're very pretty," he said gravely, because he was almost 6 and this was a neutral observation. Fleur smiled. It was the most natural smile she had produced in approximately 3 years. "You are very brave," she said. "Braver than you know." "Can we stay?" Ginny said. She wasn't asking Harry. She was asking the house, or the magic, or the universe in general. The answer came not in words but in the way the cupboard felt, no longer like a prison, no longer small, and Hermione said, "I think we already are." Vernon Dursley came down the stairs 20 minutes later, driven by a combination of righteous indignation and the particular terror of a man who knows he's done something wrong and is going to bluster his way through the confrontation rather than acknowledge it. He found the 4 children sitting on the kitchen floor eating biscuits that had appeared from nowhere, or possibly from the tin Petunia kept on the counter, he couldn't tell. The children seemed to have made themselves entirely at home. "Now," he said. "Now. I want all of you out of my house." "No," said the red-haired girl. Vernon stared. He had never, in his experience, heard a child say no with that particular quality. Not defiant. Not challenging. Simply factual. The way you said, "no," when you meant, "that is not going to happen and we both know it." "I beg your pardon." "Harry is coming with us," she said, still eating a biscuit. "Or we're staying here. One of the two. You should probably choose." "He is not going anywhere. He is in my custody and," the brown-haired girl looked up from the floor with something in her expression that was much too old for her face. "He sleeps in a cupboard," she said. "He's 5 years old. Do you know what the wizarding authorities do with people who put 5-year-old boys in cupboards?" "I don't know what he hasn't eaten today," the blonde girl said. She said it very calmly and somehow that made it much worse. "I can tell. He's been in the cupboard all day. He is extremely thin for his age. And cold." She tilted her head at Vernon with the specific quality of someone who is constructing a list that will later be very difficult to argue against. "You must be very frightened," she added. "Of what the magic will do. You have been frightened for years." "Yes?" Vernon's face went through several colors. We don't, it will not hurt you," Fleur said. "His magic will not hurt you if you stop being cruel to him. That is simply a fact." She stood up, and even at 8 years old there was something in the way she stood that made Vernon take a step back. "But if you continue," she let the sentence end where it ended. Harry, still sitting on the floor, was watching Vernon with an expression of absolute calm. He didn't look frightened. He didn't look angry. He looked, for the first time perhaps in his memory, like he was not afraid of what happened next. That look was, somehow, the most unnerving thing in the room. Arthur Weasley appeared in the kitchen doorway, having let himself in through the front door, which was still open. He looked at Vernon, at the children, at the biscuit tin open on the counter, and said, with the particular gravity of a man who had been a ministry official for 12 years and knew exactly when to deploy authority, "I think we need to have a conversation." Vernon looked at Arthur, at the height of him, the quiet certainty, the way he clearly didn't feel the need to raise his voice, and sat down at the kitchen table. The conversation lasted 2 hours. The parents did most of the talking, or arguing, in Vernon's case, though the arguing got progressively quieter as the night went on. Hermione's father asked very precise legal questions. Arthur Weasley explained, with impressive patience, exactly what an ancient bond was and what it meant and what the magical world's obligations were and what would happen if those obligations went unmet. Apollon Delacour said almost nothing, but her presence alone seemed to function as a kind of barometric pressure, and every time Vernon opened his mouth to bluster, he glanced at her and thought better of it. The four children sat on the kitchen floor the whole time, in a rough circle, and talked. Not about important things. About nothing, really. Ginny asked Harry if he'd ever been on a broom, and Harry said he didn't know what a broom was for, and Ginny looked so appalled that Hermione had to turn away to hide her smile, and then Hermione explained, and Harry's face went through something extraordinary, the particular expression of a person learning that the world contains something they never knew they were missing and had perhaps been missing from the very start. Fleur told him about France. About the Delacour house and the gardens and the village market and the smell of bread in the morning, and Harry listened with his chin on his knees and the expression of someone filing things carefully away. "Do you have a garden?" he asked at one point. "Yes," Fleur said. "I'm not allowed in the Dursleys' garden," Harry said, simply, without complaint. "Dudley says it's his." A short silence. "You can come to my garden whenever you want," Ginny said, with great conviction. "Our garden is basically a disaster and the gnomes are a nightmare, but you can go wherever you like." "What's a gnome?" Harry said. Ginny's face lit up. "Oh, this is great," she said. "This is brilliant." "Okay, so gnomes, and Harry Potter, 1 month short of his 6th birthday, sitting on the kitchen floor of number 4 Privet Drive at 2 in the morning while adults argued about his future, laughed properly for perhaps the first time he could remember, because Ginny Weasley was doing an impression of a garden gnome attacking Fred, and it was quite possibly the funniest thing he'd ever seen. Hermione watched him laugh and felt the bond hum warmly through her chest and thought, "Oh, I see. This is what it's for." By the time the sky outside the kitchen window had gone from black to the deep blue that comes just before dawn, certain things had been settled. Harry would not go back in the cupboard. That was the non-negotiable item, established by Arthur Weasley in a tone that had nothing threatening in it and didn't need to. Vernon had agreed with the speed of a man who understood that the forces arrayed against him in his own kitchen were not forces he could reasonably resist. Harry would visit the Weasleys regularly. He would also visit the Grangers, and the Delacours, and those visits would not be prevented, impeded, or punished. That had taken longer to establish, mostly because Petunia, who had been in the kitchen doorway for the last hour of the conversation, had tried several times to assert that Harry had to come home at certain hours and couldn't go too far and wasn't allowed. "He will do what he likes," Fleur had said, from the floor, conversationally, and Petunia had stopped talking. What was not settled, and would not be settled for years, was the question of what exactly the bond was and what it would ultimately require. Arthur had tried to explain this part, that ancient magic was not well understood, that the bond that had formed tonight was unprecedented in the modern age, that its implications could not be fully assessed yet, and Hermione had said, with great precision, "Which books should I read?" And Arthur had thought about it seriously and said, "Start with Foundations of Primal Magic by Aldred Whitstaff. Then probably everything you can find on pre-founding magical contracts." "Are those books at the Hogwarts library?" Hermione asked. "Some of them. The restricted section has more." But, Arthur had hesitated. "You might find more at Gringotts. They have archives the school doesn't." Hermione had filed this away with the expression of someone building a research plan. Harry had fallen asleep somewhere around 4 in the morning, curled on the kitchen floor between Ginny and Hermione, which was where they found him when the proper dawn came, the 4 of them in a pile like a litter of very improbable puppies, Fleur's head on Harry's shoulder, Ginny's arm across Hermione, Hermione's hand resting on Harry's wrist with her fingers over his pulse point as though checking that he was still there. Arthur Weasley looked at them for a long time. Then he went and found Molly, who had arrived at some point during the night and was in the sitting room making tea that no one had asked for and everyone needed, and said quietly, "I've seen bondmates in books. Old illustrations. I don't think I understood what it actually looked like until just now." Molly looked through the kitchen doorway at the 4 sleeping children. Her expression was complicated in the way that Molly Weasley's expressions were always complicated, layered and warm and fiercely protective and just slightly undone. "What happens to them?" she said. "Not to Arthur. To the universe." "I don't know," Arthur said. "But I think," he looked at Harry's face, slack and unguarded in sleep, the absolute peace of it, the absence of the wariness that had been there all night, "I think they'll be all right." Harry woke up to sunlight and the smell of toast. He lay still for a moment, the way he always lay still when he woke up, taking inventory. Where am I? What happened? Is it safe? Old reflex. Necessary until now. He was on the kitchen floor. There was a jumper that wasn't his draped over him as a makeshift blanket. Ginny was beside him, still asleep, snoring very slightly and looking utterly unrepentant about it. Hermione was already awake, sitting up with her back against the kitchen cabinets and a book open in her lap. She had apparently found a book at some point during the night and he was not even slightly surprised. Fleur was at the kitchen counter, watching Molly Weasley make toast with the attentive focus of someone learning a skill, and Molly was talking quietly in the way that Molly Weasley was always talking, a running commentary on everything she was doing that was somehow both instruction and company at once. Harry sat up. Fleur turned and looked at him. The morning light did things to her hair, but Harry had already stopped noticing that, stopped in the way the bond worked, which was to say that the part of ancient magic that had brought them together was not interested in surfaces. He saw her the way you see people you've known for years, the real shape of them under everything else. "Good morning," she said. "Morning," Harry said. His voice came out rough. "How do you take your eggs?" Molly called without turning around. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. He had never, in his living memory, been asked how he took his eggs. "Whatever's easiest," he said carefully, because that was the safest answer. Molly turned around and looked at him. It was a very specific look. Harry had never received it before, but he recognized the shape of it from Hermione's books, the fairy tales, the ones where the witch or the wise woman looked at the child who had arrived at their door and understood immediately the whole story of what had brought them there. "Scrambled," she said gently. "Yes please," Harry said. Ginny woke up when the eggs hit the pan and sat up with the speed of someone who had been raised in a household where the early bird got the good food. She saw Harry, and her face did something uncomplicated and warm, and she said, "Morning," and shoved him companionably with her shoulder. Harry shoved her back. It was the most natural thing he'd ever done. Under the stairs, the cupboard was empty. No one mentioned it. No one needed to. They left number 4 at 9 in the morning. Vernon and Petunia stood at the door in the unguarded quiet of people who have been up all night and are too tired for performance, and watched the children go down the front path. Harry was between Ginny and Hermione, his battered trainers on the right feet for once, wearing Ginny's jumper still because nobody had suggested he take it off. He had a small bag, his few actual possessions, which Hermione had methodically identified and packed while he was still eating breakfast, tutaying at the Dursleys' inventory of his belongings with a face like an audit. At the end of the path, Harry stopped and turned back. He looked at the house. At the cupboard window, the small ground floor grate he'd looked through for years. At the garden he wasn't allowed in, the pristine lawn, the neatly painted door. Then he looked at Vernon and Petunia. He didn't say anything. He wasn't angry. He wasn't sad. He was 5 years and 11 months old, and he was standing in the morning sunlight with Ginny Weasley's arm casually thrown around his shoulders and Hermione Granger at his elbow and Fleur Delacour walking ahead like she was already deciding where they were going, and the ancient magic was humming quietly in his chest like something that had been there forever and had only just woken up. He turned away from number 4, Privet Drive, and walked down Magnolia Road toward whatever happened next. Petunia watched him go. Her hand came up and pressed against her own sternum, almost involuntarily, as though something had just pulled away from her that she hadn't known she was holding. Vernon said, "Good riddance." Petunia said nothing at all. The morning went on. The sparrows in the Dursleys' hedge were very loud, and the sky was that particular British blue that means summer might actually be happening, and Harry Potter walked down the street between three girls who had come across Britain in the middle of the night because the world had decided, finally, that he was worth arriving for. He was 1 month from his 6th birthday. It was the first day of the rest of something extraordinary. Chapter 2, Roots. 2 years passed the way good years do, not slowly, not quickly, but fully, the way a garden grows when it's actually being tended. Harry turned 6 at the Burrow, which meant he turned 6 surrounded by so much noise and color and Weasley that the actual birthday got somewhat lost in the chaos, and it was the best birthday he'd ever had by such a wide margin that the comparison was almost funny. Molly made a cake that was structurally ambitious and slightly lopsided and had green icing because Ginny had insisted, and Fred and George had performed what they called a birthday spectacular, that involved a lot of banging and one small fire that Arthur put out with impressive speed, and Ron, who was 5 and deeply suspicious of Harry for the first several hours, had come around entirely by the time the cake appeared. Harry had sat at the long Weasley table with icing on his chin and the particular kind of loud happiness pressing in from all sides and felt, in a way that went all the way down, that this was what houses were for. He'd cried a bit, later, when Ginny found him in the garden. Not unhappily. She'd sat next to him on the garden wall and not said anything, which was unusual for Ginny, and after a while Harry had said, "I didn't know it could be like that," and Ginny had said, "Yeah," and they'd sat there until the stars came out and Molly called them in. That had been 2 years ago. Harry was 8 now. Things had changed. The bond, settled and sure in all 4 of them, had turned out to operate something like a very sophisticated internal telephone that also sometimes shared feelings whether you wanted it to or not. Hermione had written a 12-page analysis of its properties by age 9, which she'd presented to Arthur Weasley with the gravity of a doctoral thesis and which Arthur had read with increasing amazement and passed immediately to Dumbledore, who had not been heard from in the 2 years since the bond formed but who apparently read his mail. The analysis covered what they'd all discovered by living it, that the bond carried emotion rather than words, that it was directional, you could tell who the feeling was coming from even if you couldn't tell why, and that it amplified magic in all 4 of them, not just Harry. This last point had surprised everyone except Fleur, who had simply nodded as though she'd expected it. Ancient magic does not give power, she'd said, when Hermione presented her findings. They were in the Grangers' sitting room, which had become one of their primary meeting points because Hermione's parents were admirably calm about magical children appearing in their house and Jean Granger made exceptional tea. It reveals it. What we already had, it is now, visible. Accessible. That's consistent with what Whitstaff says, Hermione agreed, already annotating her own paper. Can we test it? Ginny said from the floor where she was attempting to teach Harry a card game with ordinary Muggle cards that he was winning despite claiming not to know the rules. Test what? Whether it amplifies. Like, actually test it, not just theorize. Harry put down a card that made Ginny's expression go briefly tragic. I agree with Ginny, he said. You always agree with Ginny, Hermione said. She's usually right, Harry said. Ginny pointed at him. See. Smart. The testing had happened in the Weasley garden over the following weekend, supervised by a deeply interested Arthur and a deeply nervous Molly, and had established several things. First, that Harry's accidental magic had become almost entirely purposeful. He didn't accidentally do things anymore, he did them, with the quiet intentionality of someone who had stopped being surprised by what he could do. Second, that Ginny's wandless magic had progressed to the point where she could move objects with precision, not just knock them around in a general emotional radius. Third, that Hermione had developed an ability to understand spells conceptually, not just learn them but see them, the underlying structure, in a way that made her frightening to think about once she had a wand. And fourth, that Fleur, already part Veela, had added something to her repertoire that wasn't precisely Veela magic and wasn't precisely regular magic but was something in between, something that came from whatever place the ancient bond drew from, and it made the air around her do interesting things when she was focused. Right, Arthur had said after the testing, sitting on the garden wall with his notebook. Well. That's all very Unprecedented? Harry offered. Arthur looked at him. Harry at 8 was a different creature from Harry at 6, still wiry and undersized, the Dursley years having done their nutritional work, but there was nothing small about him now in the ways that mattered. He had the kind of stillness that children got when they'd learned to be still by necessity and then discovered that stillness was actually a superpower. He spoke when he had something to say and not otherwise. His eyes, behind the round glasses Hermione had repaired with spellotape and then eventually with a quiet, precise charm she'd read out of a book, saw everything. "That is exactly the word, yes," Arthur said. Dumbledore's letter arrived on a Wednesday. Harry was at the Burrow when it came, which was where he spent most weekends now. The arrangement with the Dursleys had settled into something functional if not exactly warm. Harry lived at Privet Drive during the week because Dumbledore had insisted, through Arthur, that the blood wards needed maintaining, and Harry had agreed to this with the equanimity of someone who has access to 4 other homes and minds very little about where he sleeps. He'd been given Dudley's second bedroom, which was approximately 4 times larger than the cupboard and had a window that opened. He considered this a significant upgrade. The letter was addressed to Arthur and opened in the kitchen with Molly reading over his shoulder and making sounds. "He wants to meet them," Arthur said. "He wants to assess them," Molly said. "That's different." "He says assess," Arthur agreed. "I expect he means both." Harry, at the kitchen table eating toast, said, "I assumed he'd show up eventually." He said it as though Dumbledore were a weather pattern, something to be noted rather than worried about. Ginny looked up from the other end of the table where she was trying to degnome the corner of her breakfast and said, "What's he like?" "Brilliant," Arthur said honestly. "And genuinely good, I believe." "But," he stopped. "But he has a plan," Harry said. Arthur looked at him. "How do you know that?" Harry shrugged. "Every adult who wants to meet me has a plan. The ones who just want to meet me show up. They don't write letters asking to schedule it." A short silence. "That's," Arthur started. "Perceptive," Molly said firmly, in the tone she used when she was both impressed and slightly unsettled by one of the children. "When does he want to come?" Harry said. "He suggests Sunday." "Fine." Harry ate his toast. "Can Hermione and Fleur be here?" "I'll write to their parents." "Good." Harry looked out the window at the garden. "Tell him we're looking forward to it," he said, and something in his voice was not unfriendly but was very, very clear. Hermione arrived Saturday afternoon with a bag of books she'd been accumulating for exactly this kind of occasion, and they spent Saturday evening in the twins' bedroom. Fred and George had been bribed into vacating it with promises Harry had made on behalf of everyone without consulting anyone, but Ginny was comfortable enough with the principle of the thing to go along with it, going through everything they knew or had found about ancient bonds and what they meant about Harry's position in the magical world. Fleur had arrived by Portkey at noon on Sunday, which she always did because the Delacours had Portkey access in a way that made Hermione deeply envious, and she'd read Hermione's notes on the train from France and arrived with her own annotations in precise, slanted French in the margins. "He will try to keep Harry central," Fleur said, sitting on the floor with her notes on her knee. "Dumbledore. It is not malice. It is strategy. He believes Harry must face Voldemort alone." "He's wrong," Ginny said immediately. "I know he is wrong. But he does not know he is wrong, which is more difficult." "What's his actual plan?" Harry said. He was sitting with his back against the wall, knees up, which was how he sat when he was thinking. "Best guess." "Protect you," Hermione said. "Keep you at Privet Drive as long as possible because the blood wards are real and they do work. Get you to Hogwarts. Guide you through whatever is going to happen with Voldemort. Minimize the variables." "We're a variable," Harry said. "We're approximately 12 variables," Hermione agreed. "And he doesn't like variables," Ginny said. It wasn't a question. "He prefers what he can predict," Fleur said carefully. "It is not that he will be unkind. I think he is genuinely fond of Harry already, from a distance. But fondness and respect are not the same thing. Harry nodded slowly. So what do we do? We show him the bond, Hermione said. Not demonstrate it, show him. Make him understand it well enough to account for it in whatever he's planning. Because the alternative is he plans around us, and we end up working against his plans without meaning to, and that's messy. And we're honest, Harry said. About everything? About who we are and what we can do. He looked at Hermione steadily. I'm not going to perform being helpless for his benefit. Whatever he needs to adjust because of that, he can adjust. Hermione looked back at him. Sometimes she had the distinct impression that Harry at 8 was made of something that hadn't existed in an 8-year-old before. Agreed, she said. Dumbledore arrived at noon on Sunday. He arrived in the Weasley garden by apparition, a soft pop, and then he was there among the gnome-damaged flower beds, tall and silver-haired and wearing robes that were quite extraordinary even by wizarding standards, a deep purple with constellations that moved slowly across the fabric. He had the kind of presence that announced itself, the kind that made rooms rearrange themselves around a person. Molly met him at the garden gate. He greeted her warmly, complimented the garden with the sincerity of a man who genuinely noticed things, and accepted her offer of tea with evident pleasure. He didn't see the 4 children until he came around the corner of the house, where they were sitting on the garden wall in a row. He stopped. Harry looked at him with those green eyes, Lily's eyes, and the weight of that was real and visible in Dumbledore's face for just a moment, and said, "Professor Dumbledore. Thank you for coming." "My dear boy," Dumbledore said, and his voice was warm. He looked at all 4 of them, taking in their configuration, the row of them, the easy closeness of it, the way their bodies angled toward each other with the unconscious assurance of people who knew each other without question. And Miss Weasley. Miss Granger. He looked at Fleur with something like wonder. And Miss Delacour. I had not anticipated, that is, the bond extending to, across the channel. Fleur said pleasantly. Neither did anyone else. Dumbledore smiled. No. He looked at them all for a long moment. May I sit? Ginny hopped off the wall and conjured a garden chair for him with a casual flick that made his eyebrows do something. Thank you, he said, sitting. He folded his hands and looked at Harry. How are you, Harry? Good, Harry said. Really good, actually. You? Very well, thank you. Dumbledore studied him. I owe you an apology, I think. None of the children said anything. They waited. I placed you with your aunt and uncle because it was necessary. The blood wards are genuine and they do provide real protection, but I did not adequately consider the conditions in which you were living. The bond, he paused. The bond told me more than my own surveillance did, I'm afraid, because 3 children arrived at your door from across Britain, and that is not a thing that happens unless things have been very wrong for a very long time. He said this plainly, without self-flagellation, which was the right choice. Harry looked at him with the measuring expression that he used when he was deciding whether something was honest. You couldn't have known, Harry said. Not exactly. I should have tried harder to know. Yes, Harry said. But we can talk about the rest of it now, if you want. Hermione's written things up. Dumbledore looked at Hermione, who was already producing her folder with the slightly aggressive efficiency of a person who has been waiting for this moment. I imagine she has, he said, with a warmth that was completely genuine. Hermione presented her findings with the precision and thoroughness that she brought to everything, and Dumbledore listened with the quality of attention that was his great gift, the attention that made people feel not just heard but comprehended. He asked good questions. He didn't interrupt except to clarify. He made 2 small sounds of genuine surprise, which Hermione noted and felt quietly pleased about. When she was done, he was quiet for a moment. The amplification effect, he said finally. You've observed this consistently? In all 4 of you? Consistently and measurably, Hermione said. When we're together, the baseline magical output is approximately, not just higher, Fleur said. More precise. It is not that we have more power when together. It is that the power works better. As though the bond acts as a focusing mechanism, Dumbledore said. Yes, Fleur said. Exactly. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. And you, Harry? What do you notice? Harry thought about this honestly, which was how he answered questions. It's like, you know how some people have to convince themselves to do something brave? Push through the fear. He tilted his head. I don't have that mechanism. It's not that I don't feel fear. I do. But the bond is, he paused, searching for the word. It's like having very good footing. Whatever I'm afraid of, I'm still standing on solid ground. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Your mother had something similar, he said quietly. Not the same, she hadn't the bond. But a quality of fearlessness that was not the absence of fear but the management of it. Harry was still. You knew her. Very well. Dumbledore's expression did something that was entirely human. She would have been extraordinarily proud of you. All of you, he added, looking at the others, but the weight of it was Harry's. Ginny looked at Harry. The bond carried something quiet between them, not sadness exactly, but the particular weight of things you can only partially understand because you weren't there. Harry nodded once. Then he said, You have a plan. Dumbledore's mouth curved slightly. I have always had a plan, he said. It has required some significant revision this morning. Tell us, Harry said. Not a request. Dumbledore looked at all four of them. They would understand much later, making a decision in real time, the decision about whether to treat them as children to be protected or as parties to be included. He was not a man accustomed to the second option. But he was also a man of genuine intelligence, and what he had just been presented with made the first option look not protective but simply foolish. There is a prophecy, he said. He told them. Not everything, not the exact wording, not yet. Harry wasn't old enough yet for the exact wording, and Dumbledore held that back with the deliberation of a man who knew the difference between honesty and weaponizing information against its recipient. But the shape of it, that Harry and Voldemort were bound by prophecy, that Harry's survival as an infant had not been luck but magic, and that there was a path forward that led through confrontation rather than around it. The four of them listened without interrupting. When he finished, the garden was quiet. And you want Harry to walk into that confrontation, Ginny said. Not angry. Just precise. I want Harry to be prepared for it, Dumbledore said. Are we in the prophecy? Hermione asked. You are not. Can a bond mate be separated from their bond? Fleur said. A pause. No, Dumbledore admitted. Then whether we are in the prophecy or not is somewhat academic, Fleur said pleasantly. That is, Dumbledore started. I want to be very clear with all of you. The bond provides protection, yes. Community, yes. But it also creates additional vulnerabilities. If one of you were to be threatened, don't, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. I know what you're going to say, Harry said. You're going to tell me that the people I love become weapons someone can use against me. That closeness is a liability. He looked at Dumbledore steadily. I've thought about that. And I think you're wrong, but I also think it doesn't matter, because I'm not going to choose to be alone to protect myself. That's not a protection. That's just a different kind of damage. A long silence. Dumbledore said, You're 8 years old. I know, Harry said. I'll get older. Something shifted in Dumbledore's face, not defeat, not capitulation, but something that looked like respect arriving unexpectedly. He looked at the four of them. At Ginny sitting with her arms on the wall, watching him with frank assessing eyes. At Hermione with her notes and her precision and the quality of mind she wore openly. At Fleur with her stillness. At Harry, who was 8 years old and spoke like someone who had already decided the most important questions. "You will, yes," Dumbledore said. "And I think you will be remarkable." "We already are," Ginny said cheerfully, and reached over to steal a piece of Harry's biscuit. The second thing that happened that summer was the Ministry's visit. It came in the form of 2 wizards from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, accompanied by a very uncomfortable representative from the Department of Mysteries, who arrived at the Burrow on a Tuesday in July with official documentation about the magical anomaly event of the previous summer and a decree that they were empowered to investigate and, if necessary, contain the source. Harry and Ginny were in the garden when they arrived. The Ministry wizards came through the front door. Molly had let them in, which she later said she regretted, and came out the back to find 2 children sitting on the wall eating apples. The wizard who was clearly in charge was a man named Thurston Crowley, and he had the quality that certain Ministry officials had, a quality that Hermione would later describe as institutional arrogance and Ginny would describe as being a massive prat. He was not malicious in the pure sense. He was the kind of dangerous that came from mediocrity with authority, a man who had made a decent career following the correct forms without ever quite understanding what the forms were for. "Which one of you is the Potter boy?" he said, looking at them. "Hello," said Harry. Crowley looked at him. Looked at his glasses and his borrowed clothes and his general scruffiness and decided, in the way of people like Crowley, that this required no recalibration of his approach. "We're here to examine you," he said. "Standard procedure. The event of last June generated readings that require Ministry follow-up." "What readings?" Harry said. Crowley blinked. "I'm sorry. What readings? What instruments? What did you measure and what were the anomalous values?" Harry tilted his head. "I'm asking because if this is about the bond, I want to know what you know about it before we discuss anything." Crowley looked at his colleague. His colleague looked at the representative from the Department of Mysteries, who had gone slightly pale. "Mr. Potter," Crowley said, in the particular tone of a man explaining things to someone he considers beneath explanation, "you are not in a position to make demands of the Ministry. You are 8 years old and a minor and the Ministry has no jurisdiction over an ancient bond," Hermione said. They all turned. Hermione was standing at the back door of the Burrow, and she'd clearly come from inside because she had a book in her hand and the look of someone who had just found the exact page she needed. Ministry jurisdiction over magical events pertaining to minor children has 27 exceptions outlined in the Confederation Accords. An ancient bond is exception number 4. You'd need Wisengamot authorization to investigate it, and even then the bond parties have right of presence and representation. She looked at Crowley over her book. "Do you have Wisengamot authorization?" Crowley's face went through several things. "This is," he started. "Additionally," Fleur said, stepping out from behind Hermione with the air of someone arriving precisely on cue, "any attempt to use Ministry authority to assess, examine, or interfere with bond parties without authorization constitutes a violation of the International Confederation's 1842 Statute on Primal Magical Contracts. France is a signatory. I am French. My father is the deputy head of the French Ministry's Magical Relations Department and he has been briefed on this situation." She smiled at Crowley with a warmth that didn't reach her eyes. "Would you like his direct address?" The representative from the Department of Mystery said, "Perhaps we should." "You should go," Ginny said from the wall. "And you should tell whoever sent you that if they have questions, they can write to Arthur Weasley or to Albus Dumbledore, who is aware of the situation and who will explain why coming here with decrees and threatening postures is not a clever approach." Crowley looked at the 4 children. At their faces, not frightened, not aggressive, just settled, the way people were settled when they were completely certain of the ground they stood on. The representative from the Department of Mysteries was looking at Harry with an expression that had nothing to do with assessment anymore. He was looking at him with something that was much closer to awe. "We'll be in touch," Crowley managed. "Write a letter," Harry said. They left through the garden gate. The gate clicked shut behind them. There was a sound of distant apparition. And then the garden was quiet again. Molly appeared in the back doorway with an expression that was trying to be stern and not quite succeeding. "You could have let me handle it," she said. "You were making tea," Ginny said. "We had it." "Ginny, Mum, it's fine. They're gone." Molly looked at Harry. "You're all right?" "Completely," Harry said. He finished his apple. Arthur arrived home from work 20 minutes later to find his wife still in a state of compressed emergency and the 4 children back on the wall in the sun, and listened to the account with the expression of a man who was very glad he'd married someone who made good tea and very unsurprised by anything his children and their bond mates got up to. "I'll speak to Dumbledore," he said. "And Crowley's supervisor. That man has needed straightening out for years." "His supervisor's worse," Hermione said. "Then I'll go above the supervisor." Arthur looked at Harry. "They're going to keep coming, you know. Ministry people. People who want to understand the bond, people who are frightened of it, people who want to use it." "I know," Harry said. "Does that worry you?" Harry thought about it. The honest answer, not the easy one. "No," he said. "Because I know what it is. I know why it happened. And they don't. They're working with less information than I have, so," he shrugged. "They'll make mistakes based on bad information. That's manageable." Arthur looked at him for a moment. "You're going to be extraordinary," he said. "Ginny said that earlier," Hermione noted. "Ginny is frequently ahead of her time," Arthur said, and went inside. By August, they had settled into a rhythm that would define the next 2 years. Harry spent weekdays at Privet Drive, which was now tolerable. The Dursleys had reached an equilibrium with his presence that was characterized more by avoidance than cruelty. Dudley still tried things occasionally. Harry ignored it with a serenity that drove Dudley slightly mad, which Harry found vaguely amusing. Vernon had stopped coming into his room, which was really all Harry had ever needed from him. He read enormously. Hermione sent books by owl and Harry read them in the large, quiet bedroom at number 4 and underlined things and wrote questions in the margins that he and Hermione argued about over the bond in ways that sometimes woke Ginny up because she could feel the intellectual electricity of it even through sleep. She had told Hermione that if she didn't stop having fascinating book arguments with Harry at 3 in the morning she was going to come to Surrey and confiscate both their reading lights. Hermione had written back, "You read too." Ginny had written back, "I read normal amounts at normal times." Harry had written back, in his small precise handwriting, "She finished 6 books this week, Ginny." Ginny had written back, "Hermione." On weekends, they converged. The burrow most often, it had the space and the garden and the general organized chaos that suited all of them, but sometimes the Grangers, which had better reference materials and quieter reading conditions, and occasionally, via Portkey, the Delacour house in France, which had the best food and the most extraordinary library, and Apollon, who taught them things about Vila magic and ancient contracts that weren't in any book Hermione had found. Apollon had become something important to Harry in the 2 years since the bond. Not a mother, Harry was careful about that word, careful in the way of people who have learned that hope costs something, but something adjacent. She saw him with the same directness that Fleur did, the Vila quality of perception that couldn't be fooled by performance, and what she saw she seemed to like genuinely and without qualification. She had told him once, in the Delacour kitchen with bread on the table and the garden light through the window, the ancient magic chose well. "I don't know why," Harry had said. Honestly, not self-deprecatingly, he genuinely didn't understand it. "Because you are good," Apollon said. "Not perfect. Not uncomplicated. But good in the way that matters, which is at the center. At the part that chooses." She looked at him. Most people, when they are given power, become more of what they already were. The ancient magic knows this. It chose someone who would be more of this. She'd touched his sternum lightly, when it grew. Harry had thought about this for a long time. "Do you think I'll be enough?" he'd said. "For what's coming?" Apollon had smiled. "With those 3, she said. "You will be more than enough. You will be the thing that changes what is coming." The summer Harry turned 8, Fleur's letters arrived more frequently. She had begun at Beauxbatons in the autumn, a year earlier than normal, because Beauxbatons admitted at 9 and Fleur was 8, but the headmistress had assessed her and made the exception with the speed of an educator who recognizes genuine ability. The letters came weekly and were long and detailed, full of observations about Beauxbatons that were affectionate and precise and occasionally extremely withering. The charms professor insists on a form for the Wingardium Leviosa that is technically correct but entirely unnecessary, she wrote in October. I asked him why we couldn't simplify the wrist movement and he looked at me as if I had suggested rewriting the laws of physics. I suspect he has not thought about this since 1967. Why do they make the seats so hard, she wrote in November. Even Muggle schools have cushions. This is a choice someone made deliberately and I want to understand their logic. She wrote about the other students, too, the politics of Beauxbatons, the social hierarchies, the particular texture of being half Vila among people who had decided what that meant before they'd met her. There is a girl here who I think would be my friend if she stopped trying to decide whether I am competition, she wrote in February. She is very clever and very proud and she keeps solving problems in potions just before I do and looking at me as though she expects me to be angry. I am not angry. I think this is funny. I wonder if she would believe me if I told her. Ginny wrote back, "Tell her you're already bonded to 3 people so the competition for cleverest girl is happening somewhere else entirely." Fleur wrote back, "I tried something like this." She stared at me for a long time. "I think we are friends now." Harry read the letters at the Burrow on weekends and wrote back in his careful handwriting, asking questions and making observations that Fleur said were always the questions worth asking. He had a quality she noticed in him more and more as they got older, the ability to identify the actual heart of a thing rather than its surface. When she described the politics of Beauxbatons he didn't ask about the gossip. He asked, what do they want? The ones making the social rules, what do they actually want? And Fleur would think about it, and find that the question opened everything up, and write back 3 paragraphs that were essentially her thinking through the answer in real time. "You would like Beauxbatons," she wrote to Harry once. "The library is magnificent and no one will leave you alone." "Those 2 things are at odds," Harry wrote back. "Yes," Fleur agreed. "I see why you prefer the Burrow." It was October, 2 years after the bond, when Dumbledore came back. Not a scheduled visit this time. He arrived at the Burrow on a Tuesday evening, which was irregular enough that Molly had already made up the spare room and put extra biscuits out by the time he knocked, because Molly Weasley could read the signs. Harry was there. He'd been brought by Ministry Portkey because Arthur had called ahead, because Dumbledore had said bring Harry, and Hermione had been called from her parents' home. Fleur was not there, she was at Beauxbatons, but she was awake in the bond, Harry could feel it, a steady listening presence. Dumbledore sat in the Weasley kitchen and put his hands on the table and said, "Quirinus Quirrell has applied for the position of defense against the dark arts professor." Harry looked at him. "Why does that matter?" "Because last summer," Dumbledore said carefully, "he traveled to Albania on what was described as an academic expedition, and he returned a different man." Hermione went very still. "Different how?" Harry said. "The kind of different," Dumbledore said, "that happens when something has made residence in a person who was not strong enough to refuse it." A silence. "Voldemort," Harry said. "A fragment," Dumbledore said. "A small remnant. Not a return, not yet. But a beginning of the process of return." Harry looked at the table. Dumbledore watched him with the particular attentiveness of a man waiting to see how information lands. "You're going to hire him," Harry said. A pause. "Yes. Because you want to keep him where you can see him." "Partly," Dumbledore said. "Also because the artifact Voldemort's fragment is seeking is at Hogwarts." I have arranged additional protections. But I wanted you to know. What artifact? Hermione said. Dumbledore looked at her. Made the decision. The Philosopher's Stone, he said. Hermione's sharp intake of breath was very quiet. She looked at Harry. The immortality angle, Harry said. He wants his body back. And full resurrection requires more than the stone, Dumbledore said. But the stone is a beginning. So Hogwarts in 3 years has Quirrell with Voldemort on the staff and an immortality artifact in the basement, Ginny said from the doorway, where she had apparently been standing for some of this conversation. She came in and sat down. Good. What's the plan? Dumbledore looked at her. The plan is to keep the stone secured and to monitor Quirrell, and if he makes a move for it? Harry said. Then I will deal with it. Harry looked at him steadily. We're going to Hogwarts in 3 years, he said. Ginny and Hermione in 3, Fleur at Beauxbatons already. When we're there, we are part of whatever happens. Harry, I'm not asking permission, Harry said. I'm telling you so you can adjust your plan. He looked at Dumbledore with eyes that were completely calm. You're better at this than Voldemort, he said. I believe that. But you're not better at this than all of us together, and trying to be is a waste of everyone's resources. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. The fire in the Weasley hearth crackled. Somewhere upstairs, a chess piece knocked over. You are very like your mother, Dumbledore said finally. She also had no patience for unnecessarily complicated strategies. Was she right? Almost always, Dumbledore said, and it cost him something to say it. Then take the note, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled, genuinely, the kind that reached his eyes and stayed there. I will take the note, he said. Later that night, Harry sat on the wall in the Weasley garden in the dark, and the bond hummed with everyone in it, Ginny asleep upstairs, Hermione in the spare room already reading, Fleur in Beauxbatons in France. He looked up at the sky. No particular thoughts. Just the night and the stars and the old, warm magic settled in his chest. The world was getting ready to be complicated. He could feel it the way you could feel a storm coming before the clouds arrived, something in the air, a pressure. Things were moving toward each other at distances he couldn't see yet. Voldemort was out there, or the piece of him that was left, wearing a man's face and looking at a stone in a castle. Harry was 8 years old. By the time it mattered, he wouldn't be. He sat in the dark for a while. Then the back door opened and Ginny came out in her pajamas with 2 mugs of tea, because even in her sleep she had felt him thinking, and she sat beside him on the wall and handed him a mug without saying anything. Harry took the mug. The warmth of it spread through his hands. Okay? Ginny said. Yeah, Harry said. And he was. Chapter 3, The Waking World. The year Harry turned 10, Dudley Dursley made the mistake of pushing him down the stairs. It wasn't premeditated, Dudley's cruelties rarely were, they came from the same place as weather, a general pressure system of selfishness that discharged when conditions were right. Harry had been coming down from his room with a book under his arm, Dudley had been coming up with the particular lumbering momentum of someone who had never once in his life considered moving out of another person's way, and there had been a shove, and Harry had caught the banister with one hand and stopped himself, and then turned and looked at Dudley. He didn't say anything. He just looked. Dudley had been the larger of them his whole life. He was 3 times Harry's mass and had 5 years of practiced cruelty behind him and 2 parents who had never once told him he'd done anything wrong. He had no reason to feel what he felt in that moment, which was the specific chill of looking into eyes that were neither angry nor frightened but were simply, absolutely, done. Watch it, Dudley said, because he had to say something. No, Harry said pleasantly, and went downstairs. He told Ginny about it that weekend at the Burrow, not as a complaint but as an observation, and Ginny listened with the expression she wore when she was internally incandescent but maintaining surface composure for reasons of strategy. I could come over, she said. And do what? Explain things to Dudley. He knows the things. He just doesn't care about them. Ginny considered this. I could make him care. Ginny. I'm just saying. I know you're just saying. Harry was quiet for a moment. 3 years. In 3 years we're at Hogwarts and that chapter of things is over. I can manage 3 years. Ginny looked at him with the sideways assessment she'd been giving him more and more, a look he couldn't quite interpret but that felt important. You shouldn't have to manage it, she said. Probably not, Harry agreed. But I'm fine. Genuinely. The Dursleys are, he thought about the right word, furniture. Background furniture. I live there but I don't live with them, you know. It's like renting a very bad flat. Ginny laughed despite herself. A very bad flat. The breakfast situation is fine now, Molly made sure of that. This was true, Molly had appeared at number 4 2 years ago with food and a look at Vernon that had communicated more in 15 seconds than most people could in an hour, and the breakfast situation had been resolved comprehensively. And I have the books and the bond and the weekends. And you're completely fine, Ginny said. I'm completely fine, Harry confirmed. Ginny was quiet for a moment. The bond carried something between them that was complicated and warm and neither of them talked about directly. Okay, she said finally. But if Dudley touches you again, then I'll handle it, Harry said. He did, 2 weeks later, when Dudley tried the stairs thing a second time. Harry didn't even turn around. He just extended one hand and the banister shifted, a subtle rerouting of the wood that sent Dudley sideways into the wall with a thud that shook the family photographs. Vernon came running. Harry was already in the kitchen making tea. Boy. What did you? I don't know what you're referring to, Harry said, and poured his tea. Vernon stared at him. Then he went back to the sitting room. Dudley didn't try the stairs thing again. The year Harry turned 10 was also the year Hermione found the Whitstaff texts. Not the published Whitstaff, the actual manuscripts, the handwritten originals that had been sitting in the Gringotts archives under a cataloguing error for 300 years, misfiled under historical land disputes, southwestern territories because a goblin clerk in 1703 had apparently had a very bad week. Hermione had written to Gringotts at age 9 requesting archive access, which was not a thing children generally did, and a goblin named Sharpclaw had written back with a letter that managed to convey deep skepticism in extremely formal language, and Hermione had written back with such a precisely argued case for why she should be granted access that Sharpclaw had apparently shown the letter to 3 colleagues as a curiosity and then granted access because he was professionally obligated to admire thoroughness. She showed Harry the relevant sections over the bond first. She developed a way of doing this, sending the emotional shape of a discovery through the bond before the written details arrived by owl, a kind of pre-announcement that meant Harry was always expecting the letter by the time it came. The Whitstaff text said things about ancient bonds that no published source had managed to say, because Whitstaff had apparently been present at the last documented bond formation in the 14th century and had written about it with the combination of scientific precision and genuine reverence that came from watching something happen that you didn't expect to survive long enough to see. What the text said, most importantly, was this: an ancient bond did not stop developing. It was not a magical event that happened and then settled. It was a living thing, and it grew with the people it bound, and the ceiling of what it could become was not fixed but was determined by what the bondmates chose to do with it. The magic is not given to them, Whitstaff had written, in the looping handwriting of a man who thought faster than he could transcribe. It is grown by them, as a tree grows from soil and water and light together. What I saw in the children of the 1347 bond was not that they had power but that they were becoming the kind of people through whom extraordinary things could move without being damaged or distorted. This is the purpose. Not the power. The vessel. Hermione had underlined this 3 times. Harry had read the underlines and written back, "He means us." Hermione wrote back, "He means us." Which means the most important thing we can do for the next 10 years is become people worth becoming. Harry wrote back, that sounds like something you'd put on a very ambitious birthday card. Hermione wrote back, Harry. Harry wrote back, I know. I know. I'll read the rest tonight. He did. He stayed up until 2 in the morning reading Hermione's transcription of the relevant sections, and the bond carried something from him to the other 3 as he read, a quiet, deep, resonant yes, the feeling of information arriving that named something he'd already known but hadn't had words for. Ginny felt it in her sleep and dreamed about trees. Fleur was still awake in Beauxbatons and felt it clearly and sat in her dormitory bed and looked at the dark ceiling and thought, so that is what we are doing. Not becoming powerful. Becoming worthy of what the power was for. It was a distinction she'd been raised by her grandmother to understand in the context of Vila magic, and finding it here, in this, made the 2 parts of herself align in a way they hadn't before. She wrote Harry a letter the next morning that was 3 pages long and very fast and in both French and English alternately, which happened when she was writing quickly and letting her brain lead. Harry wrote back in careful English with French marginalia that were slightly wrong in grammar but exactly right in meaning, which was, Fleur thought, deeply characteristic of him. Fleur came home for Christmas and the 4 of them spent a week at the Burrow. She had changed in the year she'd been at Beauxbatons, not fundamentally, not in the ways that mattered, but in the accumulated small ways that a year away from everyone you love changes you. She was more certain. More practiced at the social negotiations that being Fleur Delacour required in any room that didn't contain the bond. More fluent in the particular language of I see what you are trying to do and I find it unimpressive that she developed for handling the Beauxbatons social politics. She arrived at the Burrow by Portkey in the late afternoon, stepping into the kitchen where Molly was cooking and the twins were conducting an experiment in the sitting room that produced regular thuds, and she looked at Harry across the kitchen and said, simply, "You're taller." "A bit," Harry agreed. "The glasses are new." Hermione fixed them properly. He meant that Hermione had replaced Spellotape with an actual Reparo 3 weeks ago. The frames were slightly crooked because they'd been broken so many times, but they were intact. Fleur crossed the kitchen and hugged him, which she did with the directness of someone who had decided long ago that the bond made physical affection a natural expression rather than a complicated one. Harry hugged her back. He was better at this now than he'd been at 6, better at the receiving of it, less stiff, less surprised. "How is Beauxbatons?" he asked. "Excellent," she said. "Maddening. The ancient runes professor is from the old school, very traditional, very resistant to anything I point out about the relationship between runic systems and primal magic contracts, but I have started bringing the Whitstaff citations to class and he has begun reluctantly admitting that some of what I say is not unfounded." "You're bringing the Whitstaff citations to runes class." "I am bringing the Whitstaff citations everywhere." She sat down at the kitchen table with the ease of someone who had decided the Weasley kitchen was her kitchen when she was in it, which was simply true. "Where are Ginny and Hermione?" "Garden," Harry said. "They're arguing." "About what?" "Quidditch tactics versus theoretical magic applications as a framework for, actually, I lost the thread of it about 20 minutes ago. It's taken on a life of its own." Through the kitchen window, they could both see Ginny and Hermione in the garden, Ginny gesticulating with a broomstick and Hermione doing the thing where she talked with her hands when she was making a point she considered important. "They argue well," Fleur observed. "They argue constantly," Harry said. "The same thing," Fleur said. Hermione had been learning wandless magic from a retired witch-named Professor Saoirse Burke who lived in Edinburgh and who Hermione's parents had found through a classified advertisement in a wizarding community newsletter that Jean Granger had tracked down with the investigative thoroughness that her daughter had clearly inherited. Burke was 74, Irish, had retired from a career that she described only as classified, dear, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, and had agreed to teach Hermione within the first 20 minutes of meeting her because, she said, she hadn't met a mind like that in 30 years and wasn't going to waste the opportunity. The wandless work was hard. Harder than anything Hermione had done, not because the mechanics were complicated but because wandless magic required a different relationship with intention, less precise, more intuitive, more felt than calculated. Hermione's brain was built for calculation. Teaching it to feel was a slow project. You keep trying to think it, Burke said, at the third lesson, watching Hermione attempt to levitate a book with no wand. Stop thinking it. I don't know how to stop thinking, Hermione said. I know. It's your worst habit. Burke leaned on her walking stick and squinted. When you play music, do you read the notes or do you play them? I don't play music. Shame. Do you run? Sometimes. When you run, do you think about each footfall or do you just run? Hermione considered this. The second one. After a while. There's your model. Burke pointed at the book. You know how to move things. Your magic knows. You've done it accidentally a dozen times, I'd wager, and the only difference between those times and now is that now you're in the way. Hermione looked at the book. Got out of her own way, which was the hardest thing she'd ever done. And the book rose, slowly, uncertainly, but rose. Burke made a sound that might have been approval. Better, she said. Now do it while solving a maths problem in your head. Hermione stared at her. While, occupy the thinking part. Let the magic part work. Burke settled back in her chair. You're going to need to do complicated things under pressure, Miss Granger. Split your attention now, while there's nothing at stake. Hermione did it. It was terrible at first, and then it wasn't. She told Harry about the split attention method over Christmas at the Burrow, and Harry had immediately tried it himself, occupying his conscious mind with the chess problem he'd been working on while levitating his tea mug from across the room, and got it on the second try, which was so deeply unsurprising that Hermione wasn't even annoyed. Just slightly. You can't just do things I've been working on for months, she said. I didn't just do it. I've been doing wandless magic for 2 years. Without the split attention. Right, but the split attention, I think that's how I've always done it. I was never thinking about it directly. Hermione looked at him with the expression she reserved for findings that restructured her existing models. You were instinctive first, she said slowly. And I'm analytical first. The bond amplifies both, but it doesn't homogenize them. We approach magic differently. Ginny's physical, Harry said. Her magic lives in motion. When she's on a broom, it's completely different from her wand work, Hermione agreed. And Fleur's is perceptive, Harry said. She understands magic the way she understands people. She reads it. They looked at each other across the Weasley kitchen table. For completely different magical frameworks, Hermione said, amplified and interconnected by the bond. Yeah, Harry said. That's actually terrifying for anyone who tries to oppose us. Yeah, Harry said again, and picked up his chess piece. Ginny was 10 and a wandless magic terror, and absolutely nobody had asked her to be. It had started small, moving things without meaning to, the way all magical children did, except in Ginny's case it had never really stopped. While other kids' accidental magic became accidental less with age, Ginny's became more purposeful, a constant low hum of intent that expressed itself through her hands and her body in ways she was only now beginning to understand as a thing rather than a side effect. She could move anything she could see, if she wanted to. Not with great precision, that was coming, but with great force, which was arguably more useful in immediate terms. She could also do something else she didn't have a name for and hadn't told anyone about yet except Harry, because she didn't know how to tell anyone else without it sounding strange. When she held her wand, she'd been practicing with Bill's old one, a hand-me-down that didn't fit her perfectly but functioned. She could sometimes see the spell before she cast it. Not intellectually, not the way Hermione understood spells conceptually, but spatially. Like the magic was a shape in the air and she just needed to match her movement to it. She'd tried to describe it to Harry. It's like the spell already exists, she'd said. And I'm just pointing at it. Harry had thought about this. Like it's always there and you're finding it instead of making it. Yes. Exactly. That might be. Harry had looked at her with the focused attention he gave things that mattered. Can you do it with spells you don't know yet? Spells you've never read? Ginny had thought about it. Tried it. Found something in the air that she didn't recognize, followed the shape of it, and produced a spell she didn't know the incantation for that turned the garden shed an extremely vivid purple. She'd said. I think, Harry said, that you might be able to invent spells. Ginny looked at the purple shed. That's a bit much, she said. Ginny. I know, she said. I know, it's brilliant and it's terrifying and we should tell Hermione. She looked at the shed. Can I have a day to just be pleased about it before she writes 11 essays about it? Harry had grinned. Yeah, all right. She'd told Hermione the next day. Hermione had immediately started on the first of what became, over the following year, a comprehensive research project into intuitive spell architecture, which was apparently a theoretical branch of magical academia that had been largely abandoned in the 17th century because no one had found a case study worth studying. Ginny was now the case study. She found this flattering and slightly exhausting in equal measure. The Death Eater came in February. Harry was at Privet Drive, a Tuesday, doing the homework Hermione had assigned him. She had taken on the role of managing their education between school years with the dedication of someone who considered 2 years of self-directed study a reasonable holiday, when the bond twitched. Not a message, not an emotion exactly. An alertness, like something pressing against the edge of a room, trying to go unnoticed. Harry put down his book. He went to the window. The street below was Privet Drive in February, grey, neat, empty. A car parked at the curb 2 houses down. A man in the front seat, not moving, not looking at anything in particular, the specific deliberate stillness of someone trying to look like they had no reason to be deliberate. Harry looked at him for a long time. The man was wearing ordinary clothes, the muggle camouflage of someone who'd made an effort that didn't quite land. The coat was wrong, the type of cloth too heavy, the cut off in some indefinable way that spoke of someone who understood clothes conceptually but hadn't quite internalized the aesthetics. He had a dark mark on his forearm. He kept his left hand in his coat pocket. Harry went downstairs. Vernon was in the sitting room watching television. Harry stood in the sitting room doorway and said, "There's someone outside watching the house." Vernon turned. "What are you on? He's been there for 20 minutes. He's not Muggle." Harry looked at Vernon steadily. "I think you should go to a neighbor's house. Take Petunia and Dudley. Now." Vernon's face went through its usual architecture of indignation and then, because he was not actually stupid, he registered something in Harry's voice that overrode the indignation. He looked at his wife, who had appeared in the kitchen doorway. Petunia looked at Harry. She had a quality of reading him, always had, that was more complex than she pretended. She saw his face now and said, "Vernon." "Right," Vernon said. "Right. Coat, Dudley." Harry waited until he heard the side door close. Then he went back upstairs and out of his bedroom window onto the ledge above the front door, which he had identified 2 years ago as a useful observation point, and looked down at the man in the car. The man looked up. Their eyes met. The man made a decision Harry could see clearly, the brief weighing of options, and opened the car door. Harry dropped into the front garden, landing easily. He was standing between the man and the front door when the man came through the garden gate, and something in the air between them was different from the ordinary air on Privet Drive, a charge, the particular quality of magic at rest that isn't resting but waiting. "Harry Potter," the man said. "Yes," Harry said. The man looked at him, at this wiry 10-year-old in a too-large jumper standing in a February garden, and there was a calculation happening behind his eyes that Harry followed with interest. He was assessing threat. Finding a child. Finding something else under the child that didn't quite compute. "The Dark Lord sends his regards," the man said, and the words were the ritual opening of something. "Tell him I'll return them when we meet properly," Harry said. The man's calculation flickered. He reached for his wand. Harry didn't reach for anything. He wasn't carrying a wand, he was 10 and had no wand yet. He just stood in the garden path with the bond humming at a frequency that was very much like a warning, and when the man drew his wand, the magic that moved was not Harry specifically but was the same magic that had opened every lock in number 4 Privet Drive on a summer night 4 years ago, the ancient magic, deep and patient and not remotely interested in threats. The man's wand flew. It went straight up, 30 feet, and hung there in the winter air. The man looked at it. Looked at Harry. "I haven't done anything to you," Harry said. "I don't know who you are. So here's what I'd like, you leave. You go back to whoever sent you and tell them," he thought about it. "Tell them it's not the right time. That there's nothing here for them yet." He looked at the man steadily. "The next time someone comes here for me, I'll know who sent them and I'll respond accordingly. This time I'm just saying goodbye." The wand dropped back into Harry's waiting hand. He held it out to the man. The man took it slowly, with the specific slowness of someone who was very good at reading situations and had found this one completely outside his experience. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Then he said, "You're not afraid?" "No," Harry said. "You should be." "Probably," Harry agreed. "Have a safe trip." The man went. Harry watched the car until it turned the corner and disappeared. Then he went inside, put the kettle on, and sent through the bond what had happened, not a detailed account, just the shape of it, the fact of it, the clean it's handled that meant what it said. Hermione's response came back in about 30 seconds, which suggested she'd been doing homework in a state of low-level ambient attention to the bond all morning. "What did you do?" "Sent him away." "Harry." "It's fine." "He left." "That is not the measure of whether something is fine." "I know. But also, actually, it is fine." A pause. "I'm calling Dad. He's at work. He has a mobile now. Tell him I said hello." The pause was longer this time. "Then, he says you're an idiot." "Fair enough. He also says well done." Harry smiled, made his tea, and went back to his homework. Arthur Weasley arrived at Privet Drive 2 hours later, accompanied by 2 Aurors Harry didn't know and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was extremely tall and had the presence of someone who had spent years being the most capable person in any given room and had settled into it comfortably. He looked at Harry and the front garden with the thoroughness of a professional and said, "Walk me through it." Harry walked him through it. Kingsley listened without interrupting, which Harry appreciated. When it was done, Kingsley said, "Describe the mark on his forearm." Harry described it. "Antonin Dolohov," Kingsley said. "He's been out of Azkaban 8 months. He was surveilling you." He looked at Harry. "And you disarmed him wandlessly." "The bond helped." "Still," Kingsley said. There was something in his voice that was professional assessment mixed with something more personal. "Does Dumbledore know about the full extent of?" "He knows the broad strokes," Harry said. "He knows the bond amplifies things. He might not know how much." Kingsley looked at Arthur. Something passed between them. "I think," Kingsley said carefully, "that there are people in the Auror department who would very much like to know about this." "I'm 10, Harry said. "I know. I'm also not a resource," Harry said. "Not hostile. Just clear. I'm not available for testing or training programs or whatever the department is looking for." Kingsley looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a genuine smile, the kind that lived in the eyes. "All right," he said. "But when you're of age, when I'm of age, we can have a different conversation," Harry said. "Deal?" Kingsley extended his hand. Harry shook it. Arthur, beside them, was writing in his notebook with the expression of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by anything and now just tried to document it accurately. The summer before Hogwarts was long and golden and felt, in the way of significant summers, like it knew it was the last of something. Fleur was finishing her second year at Beauxbatons. She would be coming back to Britain for the school year. The Delacours had arranged a placement at Hogwarts through Dumbledore, a non-standard arrangement that required letters between the two schools and some diplomatic footwork from Philippe, and which Dumbledore had agreed to with a dispatch that suggested he'd been expecting the request. Fleur would sit with her year at Hogwarts. The arrangement was technically an exchange program, though the exchange was largely fictional, and this meant that in September, all four of them would be at Hogwarts at the same time. They didn't discuss how significant this was. They felt it through the bond, warm and bright and humming, the particular resonance of something that had been building toward a moment finally arriving at it. Harry got his Hogwarts letter on the 1st of August, along with a note from Dumbledore that said, separately and very carefully, that he hoped Harry felt prepared and that the school looked forward to having him. Harry read the letter and the note and the supply list, and felt the 10 years of his life rearrange themselves into a shape that pointed forward. "What are you thinking?" Ginny asked. They were in the Weasley garden, late afternoon, the summer light that turned everything amber and slow. "That it starts now," Harry said. "The actual thing. Not the preparation for it." "Scared?" He thought about it genuinely. "No," he said. "Excited." He looked at her. "You?" "Terrified," Ginny said immediately. "Also massively excited." Both simultaneously, like a very complicated biscuit. Harry laughed. "What is it with you and biscuit metaphors?" "Biscuits contain multitudes," Ginny said seriously. "Ginny." "They do, Harry." He was quiet for a moment. The garden was doing what it did in late summer, gnomes causing distant trouble, the apple trees heavy, the chickens in the corner being chickens. All of it familiar and warm and his. "Whatever happens at Hogwarts," he said. "It's not going to be what anyone expects." "No," Ginny agreed. "It's going to be better. Or more complicated." "Those aren't mutually exclusive," Ginny said. Harry looked at her. She was grinning, and the late light caught her red hair and the freckles across her nose, and the bond between them carried something that was warm and certain and entirely itself, not named, not complicated, just there. "No," he agreed. "They're not." Diagon Alley the week before Hogwarts was its own kind of chaos. They went in a group, all four of them, plus Arthur, who navigated the crowd with the practiced ease of a man who had done this run 7 times. The leaky cauldron was loud and Tom was behind the bar and the alley beyond the brick wall was everything it always was, bright and strange and absolutely teeming. Harry had been to Diagon Alley twice before, both times briefly, both times with Arthur and a mission and not much time to look. This time he looked. He looked at everything. At the Quidditch shop where Ginny dragged him and pointed at brooms with missionary intensity. At Flourish and Blots where Hermione moved through the stacks with the efficiency of a predator and emerged with a stack that required 2 bags. At the apothecary, which smelled extraordinary and not all of it good. At the crowd of it, the robes and the wands and the owls and the children and the families, all of it the world he was stepping fully into. Ollivander's was last, because Harry had been saving it. The shop was narrow and very old and Ollivander was the oldest thing in it, which was saying something. He came out from behind a tower of boxes and looked at Harry with silver eyes that seemed to be looking at several layers simultaneously. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when." He looked at all four of them, at Hermione already holding her wand. She'd been matched 2 months ago at her parents' insistence, a 10-inch vine wood and dragon heartstring that suited her so thoroughly it was almost funny. At Ginny, who'd been matched last year with Bill's blessing and a yew wand with a phoenix feather that, Bill had noted, was quite a wand for a 9-year-old. At Fleur, whose wand, inflexible rosewood with Vila hair, she carried in her Beauxbatons robes. Ollivander looked at the bond between them all, in whatever way Ollivander saw such things, and said, "Remarkable," very quietly. Then he turned to Harry. "Let us find yours." They tried 11 wands. Harry picked up each one with the polite patience of someone who was comfortable taking time for things. The first 3 did nothing. The fourth produced sparks, but wrong sparks, too aggressive, Ollivander said, without elaborating on what that meant. Wands 5 through 10 were closer but not right, and Harry set each one down without frustration, with the quality of someone who was looking for something specific and was confident it existed. Wand 11. 11 inches. Holly. Phoenix feather. Harry picked it up and the shop lit up the way shops in these stories did, warm light and swept leaves and the particular silence that came when something was exactly right, and Ollivander made a sound that was very small and very significant. Curious, he said. You've said that about a brother wand, Harry said. Ollivander looked at him sharply. You've read about brother wands? Yes. You and Holly, Phoenix feather, the Peverils, the legends about wands with the same core. Harry looked at the wand in his hand. I know whose wand is this one's brother. Then you know, Ollivander said carefully, what that may mean. Yes, Harry said. It means we've been pointed at each other for a long time. He looked up at Ollivander. It doesn't frighten me. Ollivander looked at him. At the wand, warm and certain in Harry's hand. At the 3 girls behind Harry, the bond alive between all of them, something ancient and watchful humming at a frequency just below hearing. No, Ollivander said, very quietly. I don't suppose it would. The night before they left for Hogwarts, Harry sat in the Weasley garden one last time. The garden was different at night, less gnome damaged, more vast, the apple trees making shadows against a sky that was clear enough for stars. He sat on the wall with his knees up and the bond humming comfortably in his chest and thought about nothing in particular, which was something he'd learned to do and valued. Ginny came out at 10, as he'd expected she might. She sat beside him without comment and they looked at the stars together. After a while she said, "What's the thing you're most looking forward to?" Honest answer. Harry thought about it. The library, he said. Not magic classes. Not Quidditch. Not, the library first, Harry said. Then everything else. He paused. What about you? Flying, Ginny said immediately. On Hogwarts grounds. Proper grounds, not the orchard. She was quiet for a moment. Also seeing you be sorted. Harry looked at her. Why particularly? Because I want to see what the sorting hat makes of you, Ginny said. I have a theory. What's your theory? That it won't know what to do with you, she said. Because you're not really one thing. Harry looked back at the stars. None of us are, he said. Ginny was quiet. The bond carried something between them, warm, certain, the kind of thing that didn't need to be said to be real. We're going to be all right, she said. Not a question. We're going to be extraordinary, Harry said. Isn't that what you keep telling me? Ginny laughed. Yeah, she said. I do. Somewhere inside the burrow, Molly was making tomorrow's sandwiches already. Arthur was reading in the kitchen. Fred and George were conducting something ill-advised on the top floor. Ron was asleep and probably dreaming about chess. Harry sat on the garden wall with the night around him and the bond humming warm in his chest and the wand in his pocket that was brother to a Dark Lord's, and he was 10 years old and ready, in the way you could be ready for something even when you couldn't fully imagine what it would be. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. He was ready. Chapter 4, Convergence. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross at 11 o'clock sharp, and by 11:15 Harry had already been found by 3 separate groups of people who wanted to look at his scar. He bore this with equanimity. The first group was a trio of second years who came and stood in the compartment doorway and then lost their nerve and left. The second was a single boy who introduced himself as Seamus Finnegan and asked about the scar directly and honestly, and Harry liked him immediately for that and answered him honestly in return, which Seamus had not expected and which seemed to please him. The third was a boy with white blonde hair who arrived with two larger boys behind him like punctuation marks and said, "So you're Harry Potter," with the specific quality of someone performing a scene they've rehearsed. "Yes," Harry said. "Draco Malfoy." The boy extended his hand with the timing of someone who expected that name to do something. Harry looked at the hand. Looked at Malfoy. Took in the quality of him, the practiced arrogance, the expensive robes, the way he was simultaneously trying to impress and evaluate. Behind it, something that was looking for something. Not a bad person, exactly. A person who'd been built by his circumstances and hadn't questioned them yet. Harry shook his hand. "Good to meet you," he said, and meant it moderately. Malfoy looked slightly thrown by this. "You'll want to make the right friends at Hogwarts," he said, recovering. "Some families are better than others." "I've already got my friends," Harry said pleasantly. "But thank you for the advice." A pause. Malfoy looked at the compartment, at Hermione with a book, Ginny with her legs up, the careful easiness of people who had been together long enough to own whatever space they occupied. Something in his calculation shifted. "The Weasley girl," he said, and the inflection was wrong, not cruel exactly, but dismissive, the kind of tone that had been applied to the Weasleys for long enough to become automatic. Ginny looked at him over her knees with an expression of absolute patience. "Yes," she said. Malfoy decided against finishing whatever he'd been going to say. Some instincts were good ones. "We'll see how sorting goes," he said to Harry, and left with his punctuation marks. Hermione looked up from her book. "He'll be trouble." "He'll be complicated," Harry said. "It's different." "Is it?" "He's not cruel, he's performing. The two boys behind him are performing too, but they have less to think with." He stretched his legs out. "Malfoy has something to think with. He's just using it wrong so far." Hermione considered this. "That's either very generous or very accurate." "Let's see," Harry said. Fleur arrived 20 minutes later from the carriage ahead, navigating the train with the efficiency of someone who had spent 2 years at Beauxbatons learning to move through any social environment without it sticking to her. She came in and sat down and said, "There is a professor on this train who should not be here." Everyone looked at her. "Quirrell," she said. "He is in the staff carriage. I passed it." She looked at Harry. "I could feel him from the corridor." Harry was quiet for a moment. "What did you feel?" "Wrong," Fleur said. "Like something wearing a person's skin without understanding how skin sits." She paused. "The thing inside him. It noticed me, I think." "Did it do anything?" "No. I kept walking." She straightened slightly. "But it knows we are on the train." Hermione had already put down her book and was looking at Harry with the focused expression she wore during serious calculations. "Does it change anything?" "No," Harry said. "We knew Quirrell would be there. We knew Voldemort was in him." He looked at Fleur. "Good to know about the sensing, though. Don't go near him unless we need to." "Obviously," Fleur said, and accepted the chocolate frog Ginny held out to her with a composure that suggested she had placed Voldemort's presence in one compartment of her mind and was operating fully in all the others. Outside the train windows, Britain scrolled past, green and brown and turning, the sky doing the complicated autumn things it did in Scotland. Harry watched it and let his mind settle, the Bond humming its steady warmth, 4 of them in a small compartment heading toward the thing that waited. The sorting was exactly what Ginny had predicted and Harry had expected, which was to say that the sorting hat spent a very long time on his head while the Great Hall waited and the candles floated and 1,000 students tried to look like they weren't staring. The hat's voice in his head was old and sharp and interested. "Well," it said. "This is new." "Is it?" Harry thought back. An ancient bond. In the flesh. I haven't. It seemed to search itself, not in 400 years, at minimum. It moved around in his thoughts with the thoroughness of something that had sorted 60,000 students and still found things surprising. You could be Slytherin, it said. There's the ambition, not for power, no, but for outcome. You care enormously about how things turn out. I know, Harry said. Ravenclaw would suit the mind. You think very carefully. I know. Hufflepuff has you in the loyalty, the bond is partly that, the deep commitment to your people. I know. But you know which one, don't you? Harry looked out from under the brim at the hall, at the faces watching, at the 4 tables, at Hermione already seated at Gryffindor where the hat had put her in under 2 minutes with the decisiveness of something that recognized obvious cases. At Ginny beside her, already seated, watching him with her arms folded and a look of profound expectation. Yes, Harry said. I know. Then you know it's not about which house fits you best, the hat said. It's about what you'll build there. Yes. Gryffindor, the hat announced, and the table exploded. Harry walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down and Ginny bumped his shoulder and Hermione said, obviously, and someone down the table was saying something about the boy who lived but the sound of it bounced off him harmlessly, the way things did when you had a strong enough foundation. He looked at the staff table and found Quirrell, small and nervous-seeming in his ridiculous turban, and felt across the distance something that was neither fear nor eagerness but was sharp and clear and waiting. Fleur was sorted into Gryffindor too, which caused a second round of chaos because she was not on the first-year list and Dumbledore had apparently arranged it without telling McGonagall, which McGonagall made clear with a look at the headmaster that could have stripped paint. Fleur sat down with the composure of someone accustomed to rooms that didn't know what to do with her, and the bond settled into its new configuration, all 4 of them at the same table, in the same castle, for the first time. Something shifted. Harry felt it. They all did. Like gears finally engaging. Hogwarts itself responded to them. Not dramatically, not on the first day. It started with small things. The castle was old, and like all old magical things it had a quality of awareness, something accumulated from 1,000 years of inhabited magic. It noticed the bond the way you might notice a familiar melody heard at unexpected distance, with a kind of recognition. Doors opened before they reached them. Moving staircases made sensible choices when Harry's group was on them, which was not something the staircases were known for. The library, when Harry first walked in, felt like coming home in a way that even the Burrow hadn't quite managed, and Madame Pants looked at him with a face that suggested she'd been expecting him and had opinions about circulation schedules. McGonagall noticed. She noticed everything. At the end of the first week she kept Harry back after Transfiguration, which he'd been expecting, and looked at him across her desk with the thoroughness of a woman who had been teaching for 40 years and could count on one hand the students who had arrived already knowing things. You've been practicing, she said. Yes, Professor. Wandless work. Some. She looked at his Transfiguration exercise from the lesson, which he'd completed accurately and slightly ahead of the class, and then at the follow-up attempt he'd made at the end which was not in the assigned work and which was approximately 3 years ahead of where he should be. Where did you learn? Mostly myself and Hermione Granger, Harry said. She found the theory and I tested things. We had a retired witch in Edinburgh who helped Hermione with wandless mechanics. Burke, McGonagall said immediately. Harry looked at her. You know her? We were at school together. McGonagall's expression was complicated in the way of a woman remembering someone simultaneously brilliant and exhausting. She taught you directly? Hermione directly. Me by extension. McGonagall looked at him with an assessment that was professional and entirely free of the performing a scene quality Malfoy had brought to the train. I am going to recommend you for the accelerated curriculum, she said. All 4 of you, I suspect, given what Miss Granger demonstrated and what I've been told about Miss Weasley's intuitive casting. That would be good, Harry said. It will be a great deal of additional work. Good, Harry said again. McGonagall looked at him. Her expression, which had been professional, did something brief and human. "You're quite prepared to be here," she said. "Not a question." "Yes," Harry said. "Most students are not." "I know." He paused. "I've had good preparation and good people helping me. It wasn't inevitable." She nodded slowly. "No," she said. "It wasn't." She looked at her grade book. "Go on, then. Tell Miss Granger she'll be hearing from me." Quirrell was in Harry's charms class, covering for Flitwick while Flitwick attended a conference in the third week. He stood at the front of the room in his turban and his nervous manner, and he was wrong in every way that Fleur had described on the train, wrong like a costume, wrong like something performing human behavior from a careful distance. Harry sat in the second row and kept his face neutral and listened to the lesson, which was adequate if uninspired. He could feel the thing inside Quirrell like a cold draft from a badly sealed door, persistent and directional, and he could feel it noticing him with the specific attention of something that recognized a threat and was choosing, for now, to assess rather than act. Halfway through the lesson, the thing inside Quirrell did something subtle, redirected the class exercise slightly, steering Harry toward a casting situation that would have revealed the extent of his ability to the room. It was clever. It was the kind of test that looked like an accident. Harry noticed it. Did the spell at about 70% of what he could do, which was still better than most of the class and much less than the thing wanted to measure. He felt, from across the classroom, the cold draft shift, not frustrated exactly, but recalculating. After class, in the corridor. "He knows you held back," Hermione said quietly. "Yes. Is that a problem?" "It tells him I noticed the test," Harry said. "Which tells him I'm aware of him. Which isn't bad, better than him thinking I'm oblivious." "He can't move for the stone yet," Fleur said, appearing from the stream of students with the particular skill she developed of materializing in conversations at exactly the right moment. "The protections Dumbledore set are significant. He is gathering information. Building a picture." "So are we," Harry said. The first real incident happened in October. Hermione had been working in the library after dinner, alone, which she preferred for certain kinds of focused work, and came back to Gryffindor Tower in a state that the bond delivered to Harry before she was through the portrait hole. Not frightened. Furious. She came in and sat down, and Harry put down his chess problem and waited. "Quirrell was in the library," she said. "He wasn't in the main section. He was in the restricted section. And he wasn't there for research." She looked at Harry with eyes that were doing the rapid processing thing. "He was looking for something specific about the stone's protections. The specific charm work around Nicholas Flamel's original design. Did he find it?" "I don't know. I couldn't see what he was reading." She paused. "He saw me. He didn't say anything. But the thing inside him," she stopped. "What?" Harry said. "It smiled," she said. Quirrell's face didn't change. But the thing behind his eyes smiled. And it felt like being looked at by something that is making a decision about how useful you might be. Harry was very still for a moment. Then he said, "You're not going to the library alone after dinner anymore." "Harry, I'm not telling you not to go," he said. "I'm saying not alone." He looked at her. Agreed? She wanted to argue, he could feel it, the particular friction of Hermione encountering a reasonable constraint. Then she conceded, which was one of the things he valued most about her. "Agreed," she said. He went to Dumbledore that night. He didn't make an appointment. He walked to the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, said, "Sherbet lemon," on the reasonable assumption that the password was something like that, was wrong, tried "lemon drop," was also wrong, and finally just stood in front of the gargoyle and said, with the voice he used when he was being completely direct, "Professor Dumbledore. I need to speak with you tonight. It's about Quirrell." The gargoyle stepped aside. Dumbledore was at his desk with parchment and tea and the comfortable alertness of a man who kept unusual hours. He looked at Harry with the expression that had been developing across their acquaintance, a look that had started as cautious assessment and had become, through the accumulation of conversations, something much more like genuine partnership. "Harry," he said. "Sit down." Harry sat. He described the library. Precisely, completely, with the quality of a report that contained his own interpretation but flagged it clearly as interpretation. When he was done, Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "He's looking for vulnerabilities in the protection scheme," he said. "He's close to moving," Harry said. "That's what it felt like. The gathering phase is almost done." Dumbledore looked at him. "You can sense this?" "Fleur mostly. The Vila sensitivity is remarkable at reading intent. But yes, through the bond, I can feel what she feels." Harry paused. "What are the protections?" A pause. "Harry, you want him to try," Harry said. "That's part of the plan. You want him to reach the stone and find something that stops him. A test." Dumbledore's expression acknowledged this without confirming it. "The protections are considerable. What's the last one?" A long pause. "The stone is safe behind the final protection," Dumbledore said carefully. "Which is?" "Something Voldemort cannot get past," Dumbledore said, and the way he said it answered the question without answering it, because what he meant was, something that requires a specific quality that Voldemort doesn't have. Harry looked at him. "You want me to be there," he understood. "You've built this so that if it goes wrong, I'm the last line." He didn't say this. Dumbledore didn't say it. But it sat between them, named in the silence, and Harry looked at the old man across the desk and thought, "I wish you would just tell me things directly." But he also understood why Dumbledore didn't. It was the prophecy, not just what it said but what Dumbledore believed it meant, which was that Harry's encounter with Voldemort had to have a specific quality, a specific encounter dynamic. Dumbledore was trying to engineer the conditions. He wasn't wrong that Harry needed to confront this. He was wrong about the alone part. "I'm going in if he moves," Harry said. "With the others. The stone's guardian chambers are, I know. I've read about the kinds of protections that get used." He tilted his head. "If it's logic and chance and skill, we're better equipped than one person alone. Unless one of the protections specifically requires solitary approach." A pause. "No," Dumbledore admitted. "Then we go in together." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, with the small sigh of a man adjusting a plan that he'd built for one person and was now rebuilding for four, "Very well." Quirrell moved in December, on a Sunday night, in the middle of a snowstorm that everyone in Gryffindor Tower was treating as a reason to stay inside. Harry was awake when the bond shifted, Fleur's alertness arriving in his chest like an ice cube, cold and sharp and urgent. He was out of bed and into the common room in under a minute, and the other three were already there or arriving, Hermione in her dressing gown with her wand, Ginny with her hair still pressed flat on one side from the pillow, Fleur already dressed because she had felt it earlier and been waiting. "Now," Fleur said. "Now," Harry agreed. They went through the school at speed, through corridors that the castle obligingly lit and the staircases that made sensible choices, and reached the third-floor corridor in 7 minutes. The door was open. The three-headed dog beyond it was deeply, suspiciously, unnaturally asleep. "Music," Hermione said instantly, looking at the harp playing in the corner, going silent now that Quirrell had passed through the trapdoor. She already had her wand out. He played it to sleep. "I can do that." "Keep it asleep," Harry said. "We go through." Ginny looked at the trapdoor. "Into the actual dark with a possessed professor and Voldemort," she said, with the tone of someone taking accurate inventory. "Yes," Harry said. "Good," Ginny said, and jumped first. The descent was fast and the devil's snare was waiting at the bottom and moved with the hungry certainty of something that had been waiting for exactly this. It found Harry first, which was a mistake, because Hermione lit it up with a lumos solum so focused and brilliant that the plant recoiled from all four of them at once, the light not diffuse but pointed, and they hit the floor running. The winged keys were in the second chamber, thousands of them, and somewhere among them a battered old key for the rusted lock. The brooms were there. Harry was on a broom before anyone else and in the air in 3 seconds, and the chamber was chaos, keys everywhere, a whirling storm of metal and wing, and Harry moved through it the way he moved through everything, with the complete physical ease of someone who had been on a broom since 6 and had never once been afraid of height or speed. He found the key in 40 seconds, chased it into a corner, caught it with the clean confidence of a seeker who had not yet officially been a seeker but was one down to the bones, and dropped back to the floor with it in his hand. "Show off," Ginny said, landing beside him, but she was grinning. The chess pieces were the third chamber and enormous, and the problem was that chess was a game of loss. You couldn't win without sacrifice, and Harry looked at the board and understood immediately what it wanted and said to Hermione, "Your read." Hermione stood at the edge of the board for 20 seconds, which felt like much longer, and Harry watched her mind work, the rapid processing fully engaged. Then she said, "I see it," and began to direct them through, sacrificing pieces that were there to be sacrificed, the logic of the thing clear to her in a way that made it clear to him through the bond, each move inevitable once she saw the shape. They crossed the board without losing anyone. The troll beyond was already unconscious, which Hermione noted with the precision of someone cataloging evidence. "He knocked it out on the way through," she said. "He didn't want the obstacle." "He's moving fast," Harry said. They moved faster. The flames and the potions, the seventh protection, logic and chemistry and a branching puzzle, Hermione solved it in under 2 minutes, reading the labels and the poem with the completeness of someone who saw the answer before she finished the question. 2 bottles, she said. "Back through fire for who goes back, forward for, no one goes back," Harry said. "The puzzle requires, no one goes back," he said again, and looked at her steadily. "Find another way." Hermione looked at the bottles. Looked at the flames. Looked at the bond humming between all of them, the amplification of it, and thought about what Burke had said about split attention and about what the bond was for, and said, "Oh," very quietly, and the flames between them and the final door went out. All of them. Forward and backward both, quenched by 4 people working together in a way that a single person's puzzle had not accounted for. They went through. Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Ariste with his back to them. He turned when they entered, and there was a moment, the space of a breath, where he looked at 4 children and something in his face did the calculation and found the answer it was looking for and was not reassured by it. "Potter," he said. His voice was wrong, 2 voices, one atop the other, Quirrell's nervous tenor and underneath it something that had no nervousness in it at all, something old and cold and deliberately shaped. "Professor," Harry said. "You have come a long way tonight for children." "We have," Harry agreed. He looked at the mirror. "You haven't got the stone yet." Quirrell's expression did something complicated. "The mirror is," he stopped. "Recalculated. The old man's protection is clever," he said, and it was the second voice more than the first now, the one without nervousness. "The stone appears only to one who wants it but not to use it. I can see myself with the stone but cannot take it." "Because you want to use it," Harry said. "Yes." The second voice, fully present now, resonant with something very old. "And you, boy? What do you want with it?" "Nothing," Harry said. "Then look in the mirror." Harry looked at the mirror. The mirror of Ariste showed him, in its vast and honest way, exactly what he most desired, and what he saw was, himself. Not transformed, not glorified. Himself, but surrounded, Ginny at his shoulder, Hermione at his side, Fleur somewhere behind them, all of them in a future that was lit and loud and alive. And in his hand, casually, the stone, not as a prize but as a thing being returned, a task completed. He felt it in his pocket. The stone had moved from the mirror to him in the way that Dumbledore had designed it to, going to the one who wanted only to find it and not use it, and Harry curled his fingers around it and felt its warmth. Quirrell lunged. Or rather, the thing inside Quirrell lunged, and it moved with none of Quirrell's hesitation, with the directional violence of something that had waited too long for this. Harry turned and the thing hit him, and where Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin the professor screamed, a real sound, a human sound, the sound of something burning that hadn't expected to burn. Harry didn't move. He didn't step back. He held the stone in his left hand and he looked at Quirrell, at the face contorting in pain, at the thing behind his eyes panicking for perhaps the first time in its existence, and he understood what the burn was. His mother's magic. The protection she'd laid down with her life. Woven so deeply into Harry that it expressed itself through his skin as something that was lethal to the thing currently inhabiting Quirrell. "Let him go," Harry said to the thing inside Quirrell. "He's dying." "The stone," it said. Two voices, both fraying now. "No," Harry said. It tried again. Harry caught Quirrell's wrist with his free hand and the scream was worse this time, the skin blistering, the thing inside writhing, and Harry looked at Quirrell, at the man himself, the frightened, possessed, terrible tragedy of Quirinus Quirrell, and felt something that was not pity but was adjacent to it. "You should have been stronger," he said to Quirrell, and he didn't mean it cruelly. Just honestly. Quirrell collapsed. The thing left him in a rush, not a body, not a form, a presence, a directional cold that swept through the chamber like a January wind and was gone. The mirror reflected an empty room and 4 children and a man dying on the floor. Ginny was beside Harry in 2 steps. Hermione was already at Quirrell, checking for life, her face doing the thing where she didn't show what she felt until she'd processed what she knew. Fleur stood near the door with her wand out and her eyes tracking the chamber, watching for the presence to return. "He's alive," Hermione said. "Barely." "I'll get Dumbledore," Ginny said. "He's already coming," Harry said, and a moment later there was the characteristic sound of apparition breaking through Hogwarts protections, which were meant to prevent exactly that but which Dumbledore had apparently made a private exception to. The headmaster arrived and took in the scene, Quirrell on the stone floor, Harry standing with the stone in his hand, the other 3 disposed around the room with the efficiency of people who had handled what they'd found here, and his expression went through something very full and very human. "Harry," he said. Harry held out the stone. "I don't want it," he said. Dumbledore took it. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Then at all of them. "Are you hurt?" he said. "No," said all 4 of them, at almost the same moment, in the specific synchronized way the bond produced when they were all drawing from the same certainty. Dumbledore looked at that for a moment. Then, and it cost him something, but he paid it willingly, "Well done," he said. "All of you." The year rolled forward into spring and the Quidditch season and the long stretches of ordinary school life that Harry found he valued precisely because they were ordinary. Malfoy had been happening in the background of all of it, performing his house rivalry with conviction, occasionally directing it at Hermione with a specific quality that Harry noted and filed. He was not surprised when Malfoy started with mudblood in the corridor in April, he'd seen it coming from October, the trajectory of it, and he was not particularly surprised by what happened when he did. Ginny moved before Harry did. She was closer, she was quicker, and she had a precise and focused capacity for righteous anger that was one of her best qualities. Her wand came up and the spell she produced was not from the Hogwarts first-year curriculum, it was not from any curriculum, it was the thing she'd been able to do since 10, finding the shape of magic in the air and matching it, and what it produced was not dramatic but it was surgical. Draco Malfoy's shoelaces tied themselves to each other. He went down in a spectacular tangle and the 2 boys behind him tripped over him and the corridor watched with the avid attention corridors gave these things. "Ginny," Hermione said. "I know," Ginny said, watching Malfoy struggle with his own footwear with great satisfaction. "I know, it's petty, and I'm not remotely sorry." Malfoy got himself untangled and stood and there was a color in his face that was both humiliation and something else, a sharp surprise that was not entirely unlike the beginning of reassessment. He looked at Hermione, who had not moved but whose expression had the quality of someone noting that no one had called her a racial slur and faced consequences before. "Your family," he said to Harry, which was his reset, back to the ground he understood. "Is right here," Harry said, looking at the three of them beside him. "All of it." Malfoy opened his mouth. Looked at Harry's face. Closed it. Left with his two large friends, not running but not lingering. "He's going to be an ongoing problem," Hermione said. "He's going to be an ongoing project," Harry said. "It's different." "You keep saying that." "Because I keep meaning it. Second year brought the chamber, because the castle was old and full of things that had been waiting, and the heir of Slytherin turned out to be a diary. Harry found out about the diary before anyone else because Ginny came to him in September with the look of someone who has been holding something in too long and says, "There's a diary," and Harry listened to the whole of it, the writing back, the warmth of it, the way it had started to feel like a person, the way it had started to feel like more than a person, and then said, very carefully, "Can I see it?" "It's not here," Ginny said. "I threw it away. In Moaning Myrtle's bathroom." "Why?" "Because it felt wrong," she said. "Like it was starting to want things." Harry looked at her for a long moment. "You trusted that feeling," he said. "I grew up with the bond," Ginny said. "I know what something wanting things feels like." "We need to get the diary back," Harry said. "Before someone else finds it." They found it 3 days later, retrieved from Myrtle's bathroom by Harry and Hermione while Myrtle provided unsolicited commentary from the ceiling. Harry held the diary and felt through it the particular cold of something that was not quite a Horcrux because he didn't have the word yet, but that the bond recoiled from with the instinctive revulsion of living magic encountering something fundamentally dead wearing a living mask. "A piece of him," Fleur said, when Harry described it. She was looking at the diary on the common room table with the expression of someone who had smelled something they couldn't identify and was certain it was dangerous. "Like Quirrell but without the person. Just the piece." "A container," Hermione said. A vessel for a fragment of his soul." She looked at Harry. "Harry, I think this is how he survived the killing curse." He had already. She stopped, because the implications of what she was about to say were significant enough to require a moment. "Split his soul," Harry said. Flatly, factually. "Yes." "How many times?" "I don't know." They looked at each other. "We destroy it," Harry said. "How?" Hermione said. "You can't destroy a soul fragment with an ordinary, basilisk venom," Harry said. He'd been thinking about it since he picked up the diary, the bond doing its thing of giving him the conclusion and leaving the working backward as an exercise. Basilisk venom destroys magical objects so thoroughly they can't be repaired. "We need the basilisk." A long pause. "The basilisk," Ginny said. "That is currently in the Chamber of Secrets." "Yes. That kills people. Only if you look at it directly." "Harry, the chamber is under the girls' bathroom," Hermione said, and everyone looked at her. "Myrtle died there. I've been working on the pipe system in the castle, the access points, the Parseltongue notation on the taps." She stopped. Looked at Harry. "Can you speak Parseltongue?" Harry opened his mouth, made a sound that was not English and not quite anything either of them had heard before, low and sibilant and purposeful. "I'll take that as yes," Ginny said. The chamber was exactly what it was, ancient and vast and smelling of standing water and very old stone and something else, the cold-blooded smell of something enormous sleeping. Harry went first, which was not a rule they'd established but was a fact of the situation, and the others came behind him with mirrors, taken from Lockhart's supply cabinet, because Lockhart had been profoundly useless but his narcissism had required mirrored surfaces throughout his professional life and at least that turned out to be good for something. The statue of Slytherin was at the far end. The basilisk lived in it, sleeping, waiting for a command in the language it knew. Harry spoke it. The command he gave was not kill. The bond had given him the concept before he'd consciously formed it, the idea of come and be still, come and present yourself, come without your eyes open, which was not a natural command for a serpent but was a possible one, the way you could ask a dog to heel if you asked correctly. The basilisk came. It was enormous. It filled the chamber the way trains filled tunnels, with the absolute occupation of something designed to the exact scale of its space. Harry stood in front of it with the others behind him and spoke again, steady and certain, and the great snake kept its eyes sealed. He had the basilisk fang from the floor of the chamber. He drove it through the diary. The diary screamed, not with a voice anyone present wanted to hear again, and bled something black and thick and wrong, and the fragment of Voldemort inside it came apart the way things that should never have existed came apart, completely, finally, without remainder. Harry turned to the others. "Done," he said. Then he noticed he'd cut his arm on the fang. Hermione noticed at almost the same moment. "Harry, basilisk venom," Fleur said, and she was already moving, her wand out, the quality of magic she worked with, that reading quality, seeing the magical structure of a thing, turned fully on the wound in Harry's forearm where the fang had grazed. "I need tears," Harry said. He looked at the basilisk, still coiled quietly in the dim chamber, head lowered, eyes sealed. He said something to it in Parseltongue that sounded, if you could read the phonetic shape of things, like thank you and go back. The basilisk retreated. Harry looked at the wound on his arm, the venom spreading blue-black under the skin, and thought about it with the clarity that the bond gave him in moments of high stakes, the cold clear-headed certainty. "Phoenix tears," Hermione said. "We need," there was a sound of wings in the chamber that had no right to be there. Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, who had been on his perch in the headmaster's office, landed on Harry's shoulder with the warmth of something that was burning very gently, and cried. The tears fell on the wound. The blue-black retreated. The chamber, which had been tense with the proximity of wrongness, settled. "Of course," Ginny said, looking at the phoenix. "Of course you have a phoenix." "I don't have a phoenix," Harry said. "The phoenix disagrees," Fleur said, looking at Fawkes with an expression that was part wonder and part the specific affectionate exasperation she sometimes directed at Harry when the universe arranged itself around him in these ways. Fawkes made a sound that was almost conversational and settled his feathers. "Fine," Harry said. "Hello, then." Dumbledore reconstructed the year's events from the evidence and from Harry's account, sitting in his office at the end of term with all four of them and his tea in his visible process of recalibrating the plan. "A Horcrux," he said. He had used the word himself, the word Hermione had been working toward. It landed in the room the way words did when they were naming something that had existed without a name. "You understand what that means?" "It means there are more," Harry said. The diary was one. He made more. Dumbledore looked at him. "Yes." "How many?" A pause. "I believe," Dumbledore said slowly, "I believe he may have made 6. A very quiet room." "Then we find them," Harry said. "Before he does, if possible. Before he has a body again and can protect them or move them." He looked at Dumbledore. "That's the real task. The confrontation at the end is almost secondary if we've already destroyed what makes him immortal." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then, "You've been thinking about this." "Since October of first year," Hermione said, "when we established what he was attempting with the stone. Immortality implies the fear of death implies something that needs to be undone before death becomes possible." Dumbledore looked at her with an expression that contained, quite genuinely, admiration. "Miss Granger," he said, "you are going to be remarkable." "She already is," Harry said, and Hermione put her chin up slightly in the way she did when she was pleased but maintaining composure. The afternoon light came through the office windows and the portraits on the walls listened with the quality of painted people attending something significant, and Fawkes sat on his perch and was warm and attentive, and Dumbledore looked at the 4 children across his desk and let go of another piece of the plan he'd built for one boy and understood, with the grace of genuine intelligence accepting correction, that what he had instead was considerably better. Chapter 5, The Long Game. The summer before third year, Harry found the first Horcrux. Not through research, not through Dumbledore's careful methodology, through Ginny's family, which was the kind of irony that the universe apparently considered acceptable. It was at the Burrow, a Sunday in late July, and Harry had been helping Arthur with a Muggle appliance that had developed opinions about electricity, and in the process of clearing out the garage to find the relevant components, he'd opened a box that Ginny had brought down from the attic and felt the cold. The same cold as the diary. Directional, dead, wearing a living mask. "Ginny," he said. She was beside him in 3 seconds, because the bond had already carried the alertness. She looked at the box. "What's in it?" Harry opened it carefully and found, underneath some old Quidditch magazines and a broken sneakoscope, a heavy gold ring with a cracked black stone. He didn't touch it. "That's wrong," Ginny said. "Yes." Harry looked at it. The ring had a quality of waiting about it, the same patient malevolence the diary had, but older. Denser. Whatever piece of Voldemort was in this ring had been there longer and had settled deeper. "Get your father." Arthur arrived and looked at the ring and went very still in the way that Arthur went still when something was serious enough to override his natural inclination toward curiosity. "Where did that come from?" he said. "It was in a box from the attic," Ginny said. "Dad, whose stuff is in the attic?" Arthur looked at her. Then back at the ring. "We had things stored from when certain families who had connections to the Order, after the First War." He stopped. "Merlin," he said quietly. "This is Gaunt family jewelry. I'd forgotten, there was an estate clearance after." He looked at Harry. "You can feel it." "Like the diary," Harry said. "Same quality." Arthur looked at the ring for a long moment, the way men looked at things they'd had casually in their attic for 12 years and were now reconsidering. "I'll call Dumbledore," he said. "Yes," Harry said. "And tell him we have another one." Dumbledore came and took the ring with the extreme care of a man who had been researching Horcruxes longer than anyone and knew their properties, and looked at Harry for a long moment after he'd contained it in a spelled case. "You felt it immediately," he said. "The bond reacts to them," Harry said. "They're fragments of something that shouldn't exist. The bond is the opposite of that, it's living magic, connected magic. They're like oil in water." "That is very useful," Dumbledore said. He looked at the case. "Harry, I need you to know, this ring has a secondary property beyond the Horcrux. The stone in it is a hallow." Harry looked at him. The hallows were something Hermione had found in their research, old fairy tale, deeper truth. "The resurrection stone." "Yes." Dumbledore looked at the case with an expression that was stripped of its usual layers, something raw underneath. "I want you to know, because it will be tempting. It was tempting to me. The stone shows the dead." Harry looked at the case. At the ring inside it. The bond hummed steadily in his chest. "I know who it would show me," he said quietly. "Yes. And you think I might?" "I think it tempts everyone who knows what it does," Dumbledore said. "I wanted you to know about the temptation before you encountered it rather than in the moment of it." Harry thought about his parents, the faces he knew only from photographs, the mother whose magic lived in his skin and had saved his life and still saved his life. The father he understood only through other people's memories. "No," he said. "Whatever it shows isn't them." "Not really." He looked at Dumbledore. "You know that, don't you? Or you know it now?" Something in Dumbledore's face. "Old grief and old cost." "I know it now," he said. "It took me longer to learn it than it took you to say it." "You had someone specific," Harry said. "Someone you needed to see." "Yes." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Then, your generation will be wiser than mine, I think. About what love is for." Harry thought about that for a long time after Dumbledore left. He sat in the Weasley garden in the summer evening and the bond hummed around him, Ginny inside on her broom through the window, Hermione's presence a steady warmth from 2 counties over, Fleur in France in the last weeks of her summer. All of them alive and real and present. No, he thought. He didn't need a stone. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban in September, and 3rd year came with him. Harry knew about Sirius before the school year started, because Hermione had done the research and Arthur had done the political archaeology, and the result was a picture that was considerably more complicated than mass murderer suggested. She'd presented her findings to Harry and the others in the Grangers' sitting room 2 weeks before term, the timeline, the impossibilities, the fact that Sirius Black had never had a trial, which was a thing that kept snagging in her mind because it was so obviously wrong. No trial, she said, pointing to her notes. He was sent directly to Azkaban on Dumbledore's authority, which was technically within the emergency powers extended during the height of the war, but there was no examination of evidence, no interrogation under Veritaserum, nothing. And Peter Pettigrew, Fleur said. Who is supposedly dead, Hermione confirmed. Killed by Sirius, blown up in a street, 12 muggles killed. Except, she tapped the photograph of the crime scene, they found a finger. 1 finger, and his Order of Merlin and a bloodstain. Nothing else. An animagus could do that, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. Fake your death as an animagus, he said. Transform, leave something behind, disappear. He paused. What was Pettigrew's form? Hermione looked at her notes. No record of registration. Unregistered, Harry said. Which means we don't know what he could turn into. Something small, Ginny said. If he was hiding afterward. Something that could go unnoticed. They sat with this for a moment. Sirius is innocent, Harry said. Not a guess. A conclusion. Probably, Hermione said. Certainly, Fleur said. The magic tells you, if you are listening. A man who committed what they say he committed, that leaves a mark. The kind of darkness those acts create does not disappear. She looked at Harry. The diary had that darkness. I could feel the diary from the doorway. If Sirius Black were truly what the Ministry claims, I would feel him from across the country. And? Harry said. I don't feel him at all, Fleur said. He is somewhere in Britain right now, apparently. Every newspaper this morning was about the escape, and I feel nothing. Harry nodded. He had already written to Dumbledore that morning, before he'd heard Fleur's account, because the pieces had assembled themselves while he was still reading the newspaper at breakfast. The letter had said, Sirius Black is my godfather and I believe he is innocent. I would like access to his case files. Please advise on how to proceed. Dumbledore's reply had arrived that afternoon and was uncharacteristically brief. We must speak. Come to Hogwarts early. Lupin was the defense against the dark arts professor that year, which turned out to be the best educational appointment in living memory for everyone except Snape, who had wanted the position and who wore his resentment like a second set of robes. Harry liked Lupin immediately and specifically. He liked him because Lupin taught defense as though it were actually about defense, about understanding what came at you and having more than one way to handle it, and because he had the quality of a man who had survived difficult things and had not become bitter, which Harry found more admirable than most kinds of obvious strength. He also liked him because Lupin knew his parents. Knew them as people, as young people, as the specific individuals they had been, not as symbols or legends or components of a prophecy. When he talked about James and Lily, he talked about them with the familiarity of someone who had been at school with them and had eaten breakfast with them and had thought them brilliant and exasperating in equal measure. Your father, Lupin said once, after a Tuesday lesson that had run long because the boggart had taken longer than expected, sitting in the empty classroom with Harry while the others went ahead, would have found this year extremely interesting. He had a very specific appetite for complexity. He liked things that didn't resolve cleanly. Is that where I get it? Harry said. He said it lightly, but he wanted to know. Lupin looked at him. Some of it, he said. Some of it is your mother. She had a quality I always admired: she didn't distinguish between what she was supposed to care about and what she actually cared about. Everything got the same full attention. He paused. You have that. Do I? The way you treat your bond mates and the way you treat a transfiguration problem, Lupin said, with a small smile. The same quality of attention. Yes. Harry was quiet for a moment. How did you know about the bond? Dumbledore told me before term. And, I can see it, to some extent. Anyone trained in advanced magical sensing can. Lupin tilted his head. It's remarkable, you know. Most people who know what it is are afraid of it. I know, Harry said. Why? Because it is something the Ministry cannot regulate and cannot dissolve and cannot predict, Lupin said. The systems that manage the wizarding world are built on the principle that magic ultimately obeys institutional authority. The ancient bond answers to something much older than institutions. He looked at Harry. That is very frightening to people whose power comes from institutions. Harry thought about Crowley. About the wizards who kept arriving with official documentation. About the Ministry representatives Dumbledore had to manage regularly now, the ones who wanted meetings and assessments and reassurances. I know, he said again. How do you feel about it? Lupin asked. Genuinely curious. Harry thought about this honestly. The bond isn't the frightening part, he said. The frightening part is what Voldemort's working toward. The bond is the opposite of frightening. He looked at Lupin. It's the most reliable thing in my life. Lupin looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said softly. I rather imagine it is. They found Pettigrew in May. It happened the way things happened when you were prepared, not dramatically, not cleanly, but with the particular unglamorous messiness of reality. It was Hermione who found the thread first, in the Marauder's map, which Harry had received from Fred and George at Christmas under circumstances that the twins declined to fully explain. Hermione had taken one look at the map and immediately identified the magical methodology, which led to a discussion with Lupin about the Marauders that led to certain things coming out about Animagi and about the name Wormtail and about the rat currently sleeping on Ron Weasley's pillow. That rat has lived longer than any rat has a right to, Hermione said, looking at the map and the dot labeled Peter Pettigrew sitting directly on top of the dot labeled Ron Weasley in Gryffindor Tower. How long has Ron had that rat? Harry said. His whole life, Ginny said flatly. Mom got him Scabbers before I was born. They all looked at the map. That rat, Ginny said, with a careful control that Harry recognized as fury being managed for the purpose of effective action, has been living in my family's house for 12 years. Yes, Harry said. And is actually a Death Eater who betrayed your parents. Yes. A beat. I'm going to go get the rat, Ginny said. Don't transform him, Hermione said quickly. He'll run. I know how to catch a rat, Hermione. He's not a rat, he is right now, Ginny said, and she was already moving. She was back in 6 minutes with Scabbers in a conjured cage that the rat could not have escaped from if it had tried for a week, held at arm's length with the expression of someone performing a sanitation task. There, she said, setting it on the table. There's your Death Eater. Pettigrew, still a rat, cowered at the back of the cage. We need Lupin, Harry said. And probably Dumbledore. And Sirius, Fleur said. They all looked at her. He is somewhere in the grounds. I have been able to feel him for 2 weeks, something living and frantic and innocent underneath it. He has been trying to find this. She looked at the cage. He came back for the rat. How do you know where he is? Harry said. The same way I know where all of you are, Fleur said simply. I pay attention. They found Sirius in the Shrieking Shack, which was where Fleur led them, and which was neither shrieking nor particularly shack-like when you understood it was a building created to contain a werewolf's transformations and had been reinforced accordingly. Sirius was thin and hollow-eyed and looked like a man who had been sustaining himself on a very specific kind of determination for 12 years. He looked at Harry and the look on his face was the kind of look that had nothing performed in it at all, no layer of protection or management. Pure and stunned and human. "You look like James," he said, and his voice was wrecked with it. "I know," Harry said. "And my eyes are Mum's. Everyone says so." He looked at Sirius steadily. "We have Pettigrew." Sirius looked at the cage Ginny was still holding. His expression moved through several things, none of them calm. "How, later," Harry said. "Are you all right?" "I've been in Azkaban for 12 years. "Right. So no." Harry looked at him. "Can you hold it together for the next few hours? We need Dumbledore and Lupin and we need to do this properly so it sticks." Sirius stared at him. Something between wonder and laughter. 12 years old, he said. 13, Harry said. "God help us." Sirius pressed his hand over his face, and then dropped it, and the expression underneath was resolved. "Yes. I can hold it together." "Good." Harry turned to Hermione. "Get Lupin." Hermione was already gone. The legal process that followed was not quick. Nothing involving the ministry was quick, and nothing involving a conviction that had existed for 12 years without trial was quick, and nothing involving the undoing of institutional error was quick because institutions had evolved specifically to resist the undoing of error. But Dumbledore was formidable when he chose to be, and Pettigrew under Veritaserum was comprehensive, and Sirius Black was exonerated by the Wisengamot on a Tuesday in June with a margin that Fudge, who had been trying to manage the politics of it, found deeply embarrassing. Harry was in the gallery. All four of them were, officially guests of Dumbledore, and when the verdict came down Ginny made a sound beside Harry that was not quite a word but carried the full weight of a justified fury being resolved, and Hermione gripped her own hands in her lap very tightly, and Fleur closed her eyes for a moment in the way she did when something had resolved into rightness. Sirius looked up at them from the floor of the Wisengamot chamber. Harry gave him a thumbs up. Sirius laughed, a real laugh, his first probably in years, and put his face in his hands, shaking. Fourth year brought the Triwizard Tournament, which was announced in September by Dumbledore with the particular quality of a man who has made an arrangement that he is fairly confident will survive contact with reality and is moderately less confident than he appears. Harry found out about the tournament 2 weeks before the announcement, because Dumbledore had the conversation with him that he should have had before making the arrangement. He appeared in McGonagall's classroom doorway on a Thursday afternoon, waited for class to end, and then asked Harry and the others to stay. "The Triwizard Tournament is being revived," he said, without preamble, which Harry appreciated. "Hogwarts will host. There will be champions from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang as well as our own. One champion from each school." He looked at Fleur. "Miss Delacour, I imagine Beauxbatons will be participating." "Yes," Fleur said. "Madame Maxime has been in correspondence with the ministry for months." She looked at him steadily. "And you are telling us now because I want to be honest with you about my concerns," Dumbledore said. He sat down, which was unusual, and which meant this was a long conversation. The tournament was last held in 1792 and was discontinued after multiple champion deaths. The revived version has new safeguards. The champion is selected by the Goblet of Fire, which is spelled against tampering. "But," Harry said. "But it is a competition that will draw considerable attention to Hogwarts this year. And, there have been indications, through intelligence channels I won't fully detail, that Voldemort supporters may attempt to use the tournament as a vehicle for bringing Harry here, as a named champion, in a context that can be controlled." Silence. "The goblet is spelled against tampering," Harry said. "Against most tampering," Dumbledore said. "There are spells old enough to fool it." "And you want to warn me," Harry said, "because if someone does put my name in the goblet and it comes out, I need to be ready to compete and not be surprised." "Yes," Dumbledore said. And because I want your thoughts. You are 13, Harry, and the tournament was designed for 17-year-olds, and the tasks are, tell me the tasks, Harry said. Dumbledore described them. The dragon. The lake. The maze. Harry looked at the table for a moment, processing. The bond hummed, Fleur thoughtful and calculating, Hermione already doing the rapid assessment thing, Ginny with her particular quality of reading physical challenges and measuring herself against them. If my name comes out of the goblet, Harry said, I compete. We don't run from it. The risk is less than it looks, Harry said. Because I won't be managing it alone. Whatever the tasks are, the four of us will have thought them through. He looked at Dumbledore. The person who put my name in is working for Voldemort? I believe so, yes. Then they want me at the end of the maze. Whatever is waiting there. Yes, Dumbledore said, very quietly. Good, Harry said. Then I'll make sure to be there. Something in Dumbledore's expression. You sound as though you want the confrontation. I want it to happen on my terms, Harry said. Not Voldemort's. If someone's engineered this whole tournament to deliver me somewhere, I'd rather walk in knowing that and prepared than walk in thinking it's a fair competition. He paused. We'll know who put my name in before the first task. We'll work backward from there to find out what's waiting at the end of the maze. Dumbledore looked at the four of them. At the quality of them, the way they occupied this classroom, unhurried, clear-eyed, thinking. 14 and 15 years old and already the most dangerous configuration of people he'd seen in a generation. You have a month before the goblet is set out, he said. Use it well. We will, Harry said. Harry's name came out of the goblet on Halloween, and it came with a fourth name, which was the part that confirmed everything they'd already suspected. The Great Hall went silent when the fourth slip of parchment emerged. Dumbledore read it. His face did something he controlled immediately, but Harry caught the edge of it, not surprised, but something like the particular tiredness of watching a plan you prepared for arrive exactly as expected and not enjoying its arrival any more for the preparation. Harry Potter. The hall erupted. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table and listened to the noise of it, the disbelief, the resentment from the older students who'd entered legitimately, the whispers running like current, and felt the bond steady him from all sides. Fleur's contained fury on his behalf. Hermione's rapid mental movement already 3 steps ahead. Ginny's hand finding his knee under the table and pressing once, firmly, I'm here, I've got you, we knew this was coming. He stood when McGonagall beckoned. Walked past 1,000 watching faces into the anteroom. He scanned it immediately, the 3 champions, who were all exactly as he'd expected. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, decent and genuine. Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, who looked at Harry with the attentive professional appraisal of an athlete assessing competition and received the same look back. And Fleur, standing apart from the boys with her arms folded, who looked at Harry when he entered and said, in French, under her breath, something that translated approximately to and so it begins. You're too young, Cedric said to Harry. Not unkindly. Genuinely puzzled. Someone put my name in, Harry said. I didn't do it. You expect us to believe, no, Harry said. I don't need you to believe it. I know it's true. He looked at Cedric. We can argue about it or we can prepare for the tasks. I'd suggest preparation is more useful. Cedric looked at him for a long moment. Then something honest in his expression. Fair enough, he said. Dumbledore and the other heads and the ministry contingent arrived then, and the confrontation happened, Karkaroff aggressive and theatrical, Maxime reserved and watchful, Bartemius Crouch Sr. inflexible behind the cover of institutional authority, Ludo Bagman enthusiastic in the way of men who found other people's danger entertaining. Harry waited for the room to stop performing at itself and said, into a pause, someone used an age line breach to put my name in. The methodology will be identifiable by an experienced auror within the day if you ask one to look at the goblet. He looked at Crouch. "I'd suggest Shacklebolt." Crouch looked at him with the expression men of his type wore when confronted with children who were not behaving as children. "Mr. Potter, he's right," Crumb said. His voice was deep and accented and entirely unbothered. "The goblet's residue is readable. Any competent caster can tell you what was used to fool it." Another pause. "He is also right that we should have a Auror examine it," Fleur said. "I can identify at minimum 3 procedural irregularities in tonight's process that my father would consider ministry liability concerns." She looked at Crouch with the pleasant expression she wore when she was being precise and devastating simultaneously. "Shall I write them down?" Crouch looked at the 3 non-Harry champions, who had apparently all decided to defend the one who shouldn't be there. His expression was a man recalculating. "I'll contact Auror Shacklebolt," Dumbledore said mildly. Kingsley identified the methodology, a confundus charm layered over an age-line breach using pre-Hogwarts-era magic, within 6 hours, which confirmed tampering and confirmed that the magical signature was old, which narrowed the suspect list considerably. It also, more importantly, identified who had done it. Not immediately, the layers were sophisticated, but by the end of October Dumbledore had his answer and shared it with Harry, Bartemius Crouch Jr., presumed dead, actually living. "He's at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "In disguise," Harry said. "Yes." "Moody," Harry said. It wasn't really a guess. He'd been watching Moody since term started with the particular attention he gave things that were slightly wrong, and Moody was slightly wrong in the way that Quirrell had been slightly wrong, not the same quality, not Voldemort's presence, but a performance, someone building a character over a person they'd replaced. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Polyjuice," Harry said. "Almost certainly." Dumbledore looked at him. "The real Moody is alive, I believe. Held somewhere, used as a source." He paused. "Crouch Jr. is working to get you to the end of the maze. Where the portkey is." "Yes. Where Voldemort is trying to complete his resurrection." Dumbledore was very still. "You knew." "I've known since September that the tournament was designed to deliver me somewhere for a ritual," Harry said. "The maze is the obvious endpoint. Whatever's at the end needs to receive me, which means it's not in the castle. A portkey is the cleanest method." He looked at Dumbledore. "What does the resurrection require?" "Bone, flesh, blood," Dumbledore said, and his voice was stripped of its usual warmth. "His father's bone, a servant's flesh, an enemy's blood. Taken forcibly." Harry looked at the table. The bond hummed. "He needs me there for the blood." "Yes. And if someone else gets to the maze center first, it has to be you," Dumbledore said. He specified the ritual. "Harry Potter's blood specifically." A long pause. "Then I go," Harry said. "And I go knowing. And I go prepared." "Harry, what does he come back as?" Harry said. "After the ritual." "What is he?" "Himself," Dumbledore said. "His full self. Restored. With his Horcruxes intact, he's functionally immortal." "Yes. We need to destroy the remaining ones. We found 2, Harry said. The diary is gone. The ring is contained. There are 4 more. He looked at Dumbledore. "Tell me what you know about the others." "All of it. Now, not later." Dumbledore told him. "The locket, likely at Grimmauld Place or already moved. The cup, likely at Gringotts. Something from Ravenclaw or Gryffindor's heritage, uncertain. And one more that Dumbledore confessed uncertainty about, a last Horcrux he couldn't locate in the pattern." Harry filed everything. "We'll work on them before the 3rd task," he said. "What we can find." He paused. "And the snake." Dumbledore looked at him. "Nagini." "She's one too," Harry said. "I can feel it when I think about her." The same cold, directional. He stopped. Why can I feel it from here? Because, Dumbledore said carefully, I believe you have a connection to Voldemort that was created the night he transferred some of his power to you. A connection that may include, he hesitated. Include what? Harry said. Dumbledore was very quiet for a moment. We will discuss that after the tournament, he said. When there is more time. Harry looked at him. Recognized the deliberate deferral for what it was. Felt the bond steady him. Let it go, for now. All right, he said. But after. After, Dumbledore agreed, and said it with the weight of a man who knows that after is going to be a difficult conversation. The first task was the dragon, and Harry's was a Hungarian horntail. He walked out into the enclosure and looked at her, really looked, not with the human eye that saw danger but with the quality he'd developed through Parseltongue and the bond, the attention that tried to understand what it was looking at before deciding what to do about it. The horntail was in pain. That was the first thing. She had eggs and she was penned in a foreign country and a crowd of humans was screaming around her and she was in pain and frightened and expressing both the only way she could. Harry didn't summon a broom. He walked toward her. The crowd went silent in the way crowds did when they thought they were watching something fatal. He stopped 15 feet from her and crouched down, lowered himself, made himself small, which was a posture of non-threat that any animal understood, and he said something in Parseltongue that was not a command but was an acknowledgement. Something that said, in the language of very old magic, I see you. I know what you are. I am not a threat to your eggs. The horntail looked at him with one enormous golden eye. She did not relax exactly, she was a dragon, relaxation was not really in the vocabulary, but the specific quality of her attention shifted. The threat display reduced. She watched him with the attentiveness of something reassessing. Harry stood slowly and walked in a wide arc to the golden egg, keeping himself visible, keeping his movements deliberate and clear. He picked it up. He walked back. The horntail watched him until he was through the gate. The crowd made a noise that was not cheering so much as the collective sound of people releasing breath they'd been holding. In the judges' enclosure, all 5 judges had given him 10. Madame Maxime had said something in French to Dumbledore that translated approximately to what is that child, and Dumbledore had said, quietly, something that was not quite an answer but was entirely honest. Backstage, Hermione arrived with an expression that was both relief and the specific exasperation she reserved for when Harry did things that were effective and also highly alarming. You walked toward the dragon, she said. She wasn't trying to kill me, Harry said. She was protecting her nest. Those are different. Most people don't find them different in practice. That's why most people summon brooms, Harry said. Fleur arrived behind Hermione. She looked at him with an expression that he had learned to read, it was the one she wore when something had exceeded her already high expectations. You spoke to it, she said. To her, yes. In Parseltongue? What else would I use? Fleur looked at him for a long moment. Then she said something in very fast French that Hermione translated later, because Harry's French was still several months behind Fleur's when she was moving quickly, as, You are the most remarkable person I have ever met, and I say this fully aware that I have the bond and am therefore biased. I caught some of that, Harry said. Good, Fleur said, and walked past him to prepare for her own task, which she completed 40 minutes later with the precision and efficiency of someone who had thought through dragon behavior with Harry and applied those thoughts effectively, and received scores nearly as high as his own. The second task was the lake. They each had to retrieve something from the mere people, what they'd miss most, held hostage 60 feet under the surface. Harry had been told what his hostage was at midnight, had been given the clue in the golden egg and solved it with Hermione in the bath, which was an experience they would never fully agree on how to describe, and had spent 3 weeks preparing for cold water and depth and gillyweed. He ate the gillyweed and went under and found the hostages in 40 minutes, because he had good preparation and because Fleur's bubblehead charm had failed under Grindylow attack, and he reached her hostage, Gabrielle, who was 8 and asleep and weightless in the cold water, at the same time he reached Ron. He brought both up. Fleur, waiting at the surface, went absolutely white and then pulled her sister out of Harry's arms with a ferocity that was all older sibling, all pure terrified love, and said nothing to Harry because there were no words adequate to what he'd just done, and she knew it and he knew it. "Your face," Hermione said, when Harry climbed out. "I know," Harry said, spitting out gillyweed residue. "It went, there were gills, Harry." "I know, Hermione. They went away again." "I'm aware." Ginny handed him a towel with the deeply fond expression she wore when he'd done something impressive and was being understated about it. "Nice work," she said. "Point deduction for bringing up 2, Harry said. "Still second place overall," Hermione said, already looking at the scores. "Crumbs first. You're 1 point behind." "Good," Harry said. "The maze is what matters." They found Crouch Jr. 3 days before the third task. Harry had been watching Moody Not Moody for months, cataloging the patterns of a person maintaining a performance under constant pressure, and the break came in a transfiguration class that Moody attended as an observer. He made a gesture Harry had seen the real Moody make in films, in photographs, in accounts from aurors who trained under him, a specific hand movement that the real Moody didn't make because the real Moody didn't have that hand anymore and hadn't for 20 years. It was a very small thing. Harry didn't react. He finished the class and afterward went directly to Dumbledore. "Check his flask," Harry said. "Polyjuice needs to be maintained every hour. His flask never leaves his hand. The real Moody doesn't drink that much." Dumbledore looked at Harry for a moment and then did something that was both fast and quiet, the efficiency of a wizard who had 60 years of experience converting thought into action without ceremony. Crouch Jr. was apprehended before dinner. The real Alastor Moody was retrieved from a magical trunk in his own office, furious and alive. Fudge, brought in for the legal process, was deeply uncomfortable in the way of men confronted with Death Eater activity they'd been insisting didn't exist. "The maze still has the port key in it," Harry said to Dumbledore that evening. "Voldemort doesn't know Crouch Jr. has been taken. He's waiting for the ritual to complete." "We can remove the port key," Dumbledore said. "Cancel the task." "Or," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Or we go," Harry said. "Knowing exactly what we're walking into, with preparation and backup, and we do what needs to be done." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "You said before the tournament that you couldn't reach the remaining Horcruxes quickly. The locket, we haven't found it. The cup is in Gringotts. We need more time to destroy them. But if Voldemort comes back without his Horcruxes intact, he comes back killable. He's still extraordinarily dangerous, yes," Harry said. "But not immortal. And with the bond," he stopped. "You've been thinking about this. What you said about the connection between me and him. The thing you haven't told me yet." Dumbledore was very still. "What is it?" Harry said. A long pause. "And then, I believe, Harry, that when Voldemort's killing curse rebounded off your mother's sacrifice, a fragment of his soul attached itself to the only living thing in the room." Harry heard this very clearly. Processed it very clearly. The bond hummed, steady, around him. "To me," he said. "Yes. I'm a Horcrux. An unintended one. He would never have chosen to make you one." Dumbledore's voice was careful and genuinely pained. It means he can't die permanently while I'm alive," Harry said. "Unless we deal with the fragment in me first." "Yes. Is it the snake? Is Nagini the 6th? "I believe she is the 7th, Dumbledore said. "Which would mean you are the 6th, unintentionally. The diary, the ring," he counted quietly, "the locket, the cup, something of Ravenclaw's heritage, yourself, and Nagini." Harry sat very still for a moment. The bond hummed. He let himself feel what he felt about this, the strangeness of it, the weight, the particular cold of knowing something has been living in you your whole life that shouldn't be there, and then he set it down somewhere internal and looked at the problem. Can it be removed without killing me? He said. Dumbledore paused for a long time. The theory, he said slowly, suggests that a killing curse directed at you specifically might destroy the fragment without destroying you, if your own magical protection is sufficient. The same protection that destroyed the fragment in the diary when you destroyed it. The love protection, Harry said. Yes. But you don't want to recommend I walk into a killing curse. No, Dumbledore said, and the rawness of it was complete. No, I do not. Harry thought about this for a very long time. The bond hummed. He felt, through it, the awareness of the others, Ginny somewhere close, feeling his thinking without knowing the content, Hermione in the library, the steady warmth of her attention, Fleur in the dormitory, awake and alert. All of them present. All of them real. If it comes to it, he said finally, I'll make the call in the moment. It won't be now. There are too many Horcruxes still intact. He looked at Dumbledore. But I need you to understand, I'm not going to volunteer for it. And I'm not going to do it alone. No, Dumbledore said. I wouldn't ask you to. You almost did, Harry said. Not an accusation. A fact. Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. Yes, he said. Almost. I'm glad to have been redirected. The third task was a maze, and the maze had a portkey at its center, and Harry and Cedric reached it at the same time, running hard through the last section with the bond burning in Harry's chest like a signal fire. Together? Cedric said, looking at the cup. Together, Harry said. But Cedric, he grabbed Cedric's arm before he touched it. Listen. It's a portkey. I need you to know that before you decide. Cedric looked at him. What? Someone engineered this whole tournament to get me here, Harry said quickly. The portkey takes us to Voldemort's resurrection ritual. He needs my blood. I'm going because I need to face this, but you don't need to come. Cedric looked at him for a long moment. You're serious. Completely. Cedric's expression moved through several things. Then, are you planning to deal with it? Yes. Are you going to come back? Yes, Harry said, and meant it completely. Cedric looked at him. Looked at the cup. If I let go as soon as we land, he said, can you handle it? Yes, Harry said. Then together, Cedric said. I won't leave you there alone. They touched the cup. The graveyard was cold and very dark and smelled of old stone and something else, the chemical smell of a cauldron being prepared. Wormtail was there. Harry felt him before he saw him, the small, cringing presence, the same quality the diary had and the ring had but wearing a living person. Pettigrew. Alive somehow, escaped somehow, serving still. Cedric let go of the cup and stumbled back and Harry heard him say, Harry, what? And then the spell hit Cedric and he went down. Harry looked at Cedric on the ground. Checked quickly, the bond didn't work on people outside it but instinct and training did and Cedric was breathing, stunned, not dead. Enervate when this was over. That was the plan. That was the commitment. He turned to face the graveyard. Harry Potter, Wormtail said, from near the cauldron, and his voice was what it had always been, small and frightened and doing terrible things from behind the shield of someone else's power. Peter, Harry said. Wormtail flinched. Nagini, Harry said, in Parseltongue, because he could feel her somewhere in the darkness, coiled and watching. Come. Wormtail looked around in confusion. The snake emerged from the dark, long and enormous and deeply unsettling to anyone who could not speak to her, and she came to Harry and stopped at his feet and looked up at him with flat eyes. He told you to guard me? Harry said to her, in Parseltongue. Yes, she said. Her communication was simpler than the dragon's, more direct. Guard and ensure. I know, Harry said. I need you to do something for me instead. You are not him. No, Harry said. I'm much less. He looked at her. But I need your help. Wormtail was staring at this exchange with the particular horror of a man watching a plan disintegrate through a mechanism he didn't anticipate. He moved for his wand. Harry moved faster. The disarming spell hit Wormtail clean and his wand went the same direction Dolahov's wand had gone in Privet Drive, all those years ago, straight up into the air. Harry caught it. I'm not going to hurt you, Peter, Harry said. He was very calm. The calm was not performed, it was the bond, steady and warm and certain at the center of everything. I'm not serious and I don't have 12 years of reason to hate you. But you're going to stand there and you're going to listen. Wormtail stood there. Something in him that was still, underneath the cowardice, a man who had once been something worth being, heard the word listen and listened. Whatever's in that cauldron isn't going to complete, Harry said. I'm not giving my blood for this. And the ritual without my blood doesn't work. He looked at the cauldron, where something pale and not quite formed floated in foul-smelling water. Tell him, Harry said to Wormtail. When you see him next, in whatever form he takes. Tell him that Harry Potter came to the graveyard and wasn't afraid and didn't run and didn't give what the ritual needed. He paused. Tell him I'm not hiding from him. Tell him when he wants to have a proper conversation about what comes next, I'm not difficult to find. Wormtail looked at him. Looked at the cauldron. Looked at the snake sitting companionably at Harry's feet. He will, Wormtail's voice cracked. He will kill me for this. He might, Harry said. But he'll kill you anyway, eventually. He kills everyone who fails him. He held out Wormtail's wand. Take this. Go. I'm not your jailer. Wormtail took the wand with shaking hands. He looked at Harry for a long moment, the look of a man who was remembering who he used to be and finding the memory unbearable. Then he was gone, a crack of apparition into the dark. Harry looked at the cauldron. He said something to Nagini. Then he turned to Cedric, who was sitting up now, one hand to his head, staring at Harry with an expression he would spend a long time trying to describe to people. Are you all right? Harry said. What? Cedric said. Just, what? Can you stand? Cedric stood. He looked at the empty graveyard. At the cauldron. At the enormous snake that was coiled 4 feet from Harry and appeared to be, it was very hard to say this with certainty, but appeared to be cooperating. Did you just, Cedric said carefully, talk to that snake? Yes. What did you tell her? That I needed her help, Harry said. And that if she came with me voluntarily, I wouldn't have to destroy the Horcrux the hard way. Cedric looked at him. She agreed, Harry said. Cedric stopped. Started again. The snake agreed. Nagini's not stupid, Harry said. She's been his for decades because she had no choice. I offered her one. He looked at the snake. She's coming back to Hogwarts. You, Cedric said, are going to be very difficult to be friends with. Probably, Harry said. Are you ready to go? They took the cup back together. The graveyard's failure reached Voldemort's network within the day, and within the week the wizarding world was divided between the people who believed Harry Potter had walked into Voldemort's resurrection ritual and left intact and the people who insisted this was impossible and were therefore wrong. Harry sat with Dumbledore and told him everything, including Nagini, who was in a spelled case in Dumbledore's office and who had killed no one and destroyed one Horcrux, if you counted it correctly. Dumbledore looked at the case for a long time. You got her to come willingly, he said. The Horcrux in her was like the one in me, Harry said. Something imposed. She could feel it was wrong. She wanted, he paused. She wanted to be just a snake. And now she is, Dumbledore said. Yes. Harry looked at the case. 5 down. The locket and the cup left, and whatever the Ravenclaw one is. He looked at Dumbledore. He can't come back while those are intact. And if he comes back without them, he's mortal. Yes. Then we find them, Harry said. This summer. The locket may be at Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore said. Sirius has agreed to let us search. The cup at Gringotts will require. Gringotts isn't a problem, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. Hermione has a very good relationship with a goblin named Sharpclaw, Harry said. She's been building it for 4 years. And we own a vault at Gringotts. He paused. We can have a conversation about it. Goblins respect direct engagement. Dumbledore sat back in his chair and looked at the 4 of them, as he often did in moments like these, with the expression of a man who had prepared for one kind of future and had been given a completely different and better one. What would you like from me? He said. Your access, Harry said. Your knowledge. The pensive memories you have about Voldemort's history, the ones that help us identify where the last ones are. He looked at Dumbledore. And your trust. That what we do with all of that we do well. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You have always had that, he said. I was simply slow to show it. Then show it now, Harry said. That's all. Outside the window, Hogwarts lay in the golden late afternoon light of June, for years settled into its walls since the Bond had arrived in it like a key finding a lock, and the ancient magic of the castle hummed in its stones with the particular resonance of very old things recognizing something worthy of recognition. Harry was 14. He was getting older every day. And the long game was almost over. Chapter 6, The Shape of After They Found the Locket in August. It was behind a panel in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place, which Sirius had opened up to them over the summer with the complex emotion of a man giving away a house he'd always hated and was beginning to understand he loved for what it contained rather than what it was. He'd spent the first 2 weeks after his exoneration simply existing in rooms that were his, sitting in them, moving through them at odd hours, accustoming himself to the fact that the walls weren't moving in. Harry gave him space and time and the specific kind of company that didn't require conversation, which Sirius recognized and accepted with a gratitude he expressed in the cooking of genuinely excellent breakfasts and the occasional clap on the shoulder that said more than most sentences. Hermione found the panel through the same methodical process she brought to everything. She'd requested Grimmauld Place's architectural history from the Ministry archives, cross-referenced it against the Black's known acquisition timeline, identified 3 periods of significant magical renovation, and searched each affected wall section systematically. The panel gave under the 4th careful Elohamra variant, and behind it was a cabinet, and in the cabinet was a locket on a chain, heavy gold with a serpentine S inlaid in green stone. Harry felt it from the doorway. The cold. Directional and dense and old, older than the diary, older than the ring, the settling of something that had been kept well and had been doing what Horcruxes did, which was not living but was not dying either, and waiting. That's it, Ginny said from behind him. Yes, Harry said. Hermione was already looking at it with her head tilted and her wand not quite drawn, the Whitstaff-informed understanding of magical structures turning over the object from a distance. The containment on it is sophisticated, she said. He made this one carefully. He knew what he was doing by the time he made this one. Does that change how we destroy it? Harry said. No. Basilisk venom is basilisk venom. She looked at the vial they'd brought, small, carefully stoppered, extracted from the dead basilisk of the chamber with gloves and every protective measure Burke had been able to suggest via very fast owl correspondence. But it'll fight. It did fight. The locket opened under a targeted reductio and the fragment inside it came out in a rush of cold and image. It showed Harry his parents, and it showed Hermione something Harry didn't ask about, and it showed Ginny the diary, which was cruel and specific, and it showed Fleur herself from the outside as others saw her, which was the thing it calculated would be most wounding. None of them looked away. Harry applied the venom and the locket screamed and the fragment came apart and the drawing room was cold for a long time afterward. They sat on the floor together in the silence. 6, Harry said. 6, Hermione confirmed. The cup is the last one. Sirius came in from the kitchen with tea he'd made without being asked, which was a serious development that Harry tracked with quiet satisfaction, the returning of small instincts, the rebuilding of the habit of taking care of people. He looked at the destroyed locket and the four of them on the floor and said nothing but set the tea down within reach and sat on the settee and was simply present, which was exactly the right call. "Thank you," Harry said. Sirius shrugged. But he looked at Harry with a steadiness that was not performing anything. "Your mum used to look at hard things the same way you do," he said. "Like they were problems rather than catastrophes." "Is that useful?" Harry said. "Extremely," Sirius said. "James used to make everything into a drama. She'd wait for him to finish and then say, 'Right, so what are we actually doing?'" Ginny laughed, a short, bright sound in the cold room. "That's Hermione," she said. "That is absolutely me," Hermione agreed, without a trace of objection. The tea was good. They drank it in the drawing room of the ancient and decrepit Black family house, and the locket was destroyed, and there was one left. Gringotts required a different approach than any of them had tried before, and Hermione spent 3 weeks in preparatory correspondence with Sharpclaw before Harry went. The nature of the approach was honesty, which goblins responded to better than wizards generally credited. Hermione had learned this over 4 years of careful relationship building and had established it as a guiding principle for their Gringotts dealings: tell them exactly what you want, exactly why you want it, and what you're prepared to offer in exchange. Do not be oblique. Do not try to maneuver. Do not treat them as obstacles. The letter she sent to Sharpclaw said, "We believe a magical artifact that constitutes a fragment of a dark wizard's soul has been deposited in a vault at your bank, likely in the Lestrange vault. We would like to remove and destroy it. We understand this request is irregular. We are prepared to discuss what value this removal provides to Gringotts and what we can offer in exchange for access." Sharpclaw's reply came back in 2 days, "Come on Tuesday. Bring the Potter heir." Harry and Hermione arrived on a Tuesday in August. Sharpclaw met them at the entrance, which was unusual, the kind of unusual that communicated its own significance, and led them through Gringotts to a meeting room that was considerably more comfortable than the vaults themselves and had better lighting. Sharpclaw sat across from them and looked at Harry with the specific attention of a goblin, which was nothing like the attention of a wizard and considerably more comprehensive. "Harry Potter," he said. "Sharpclaw," Harry said. "Thank you for seeing us. Miss Granger tells me you have a problem with a soul fragment in our vaults." "Yes," Harry said. "It's called a Horcrux. A dark wizard named Voldemort has made several. We've destroyed 5. The last one, that we know of, we believe is in the Lestrange vault. A cup. Hufflepuff's cup." Sharpclaw was quiet for a moment. "We are aware there are irregular magical objects in certain vaults," he said, with the precision of a being who was being honest about something institutional. "Objects that our detection charms flag but that our legal obligations to vault holders prevent us from investigating. This one is dangerous," Harry said. "Not to the vault necessarily. But to the wizarding world, and the Muggle world beyond it. Voldemort is trying to return to full power. While his Horcruxes exist, he can't be permanently stopped." He paused. "When he has a body again, and he will have one, it's a matter of time and resources, he will move against the established order, including the financial order. Gringotts functions in a stable world." Sharpclaw's expression did not change. Goblins were better than anyone at not showing their hands. But something in the quality of his stillness suggested he was listening very carefully. "What do you offer?" he said. "Access to the Horcrux collection once we've destroyed them," Hermione said. She had clearly been thinking about this for weeks, because the precision with which she delivered it had the quality of a prepared position. The magical methodology. The bond's detection capability, specifically the ability to identify soul fragments. "We'll document everything we've found and how we identified it, and provide that knowledge to Gringotts for your Cursebreaker training program. She paused. Bill Weasley has agreed to act as a liaison. Sharpclaw looked at her. The expression was still controlled, but something in it was satisfied. You consulted our Cursebreakers, he said. We consulted Bill Weasley, who is one of yours. Yes, Hermione said. He thought this was a reasonable exchange. He was right, Sharpclaw said, and stood. Follow me. The Lestrange vault was deep and old and enormous and filled with the accumulated treasure of generations of a family that had been powerful and had considered wealth a moral category. Harry moved through it with Hermione and Sharpclaw and a Gringotts Cursebreaker named Firethorn, who had the professional appreciation of someone working with people who actually knew what they were doing. The cup was on the third level of shelving, unremarkable to look at, small, gold, with badgers engraved around the rim. Harry felt it from 20 feet away. He looked at it and felt something he hadn't quite felt at the others. Not fear. Something more complicated. The bond hummed. Ginny and Fleur were at Grimmauld Place, both present through the bond, both alert. Last one, he said. Last one, Hermione said. He applied the venom. The cup fought, shrieked and burned and tried to show him things, the same manipulation the locket had attempted, and Harry watched what it offered without taking any of it, with the clear steady quality that the bond gave him in these moments, the good footing, the solid ground. The cup went dark. The fragment dispersed. Firethorn made a sound of professional satisfaction. Sharpclaw looked at the destroyed cup with an expression that was not visibly anything but was something. 7, Hermione said. 7, Harry agreed. Now he can die, she said. Quietly. Factually. Now he can die, Harry said. Voldemort got his body back in September. Not at the graveyard, that had been denied him, but through a different path, longer and cruder, the improvised resurrection of something that had been planning for this for decades and had the capacity to adapt. Harry felt it happen through the connection Dumbledore had named, the Scarlink, the fragment-to-fragment awareness that he'd spent the summer learning to manage rather than be managed by. He woke up at 3 in the morning at Grimmauld Place, where they were all staying until term started, with the scar burning and the cold knowledge of it settled in his chest. He was in the kitchen before any of the others stirred, and he was sitting at the table with his hands flat on the surface and his eyes open when Ginny came down. She took one look at him and said, "Now?" "Not now," Harry said. "But soon. He has a body. He's weak, the ritual he used was less clean than the graveyard would have been. He needs time to consolidate." He looked at his hands. "Weeks, maybe. A month." Ginny sat across from him. "Does he know about the Horcruxes?" "No," Harry said. "He doesn't know they're gone. He'll feel something wrong when he checks, but he won't know what it is yet." He paused. "When he knows, when he understands they're all destroyed, that's when he'll move." "Then we have a window," Ginny said. "Yes." Harry looked at her. "We need to tell Dumbledore. And the Order. Whatever's been built of it, whoever Dumbledore has." He paused. "I want to be there when Dumbledore briefs them. I don't want to be briefed afterward." "Obviously," Ginny said. She reached across the table and took his hand, palm up, the way she'd taken his hand in a cupboard when they were 6 years old. "Hey." Harry looked at her. "We're ready," she said. "Right?" "Yes," he said. "Say it like you mean it." "We're ready," he said, and this time the certainty in it was complete. "All 4 of us. Everything we've built, everything we know, everything the bond gives us." He looked at her hands around his. "We're more than ready." "Good," Ginny said. "Because I didn't spend 9 years preparing for this to be nervous about it now." Harry looked at her for a moment. The bond hummed warm and steady and she was watching him with those direct brown eyes and he thought, not for the first time, that whatever comes next is manageable because this is real. "No," he said. Me neither. The Order of the Phoenix reformed around the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place over 2 evenings in September, and Harry attended both meetings, which Moody objected to on principle and Dumbledore overruled. The Order was Dumbledore's people, the veterans of the First War, the ones who'd fought before and understood what they were returning to. Moody. Lupin. Kingsley. The Weasley parents. Tonks, who was new but had the quality of someone who had prepared her whole life for exactly this kind of situation and was making no pretense of finding it surprising. McGonagall, who attended with the composure of a woman who had been a Gryffindor for 60 years and was not going to start being frightened by things now. Harry sat with Hermione and Ginny and Fleur at the end of the table and listened to the first meeting's overview, and by the second meeting he had read everything the Order had collected and was asking questions that twice made Moody stop and recalibrate and once made Kingsley nod with the specific nod of a professional recognizing good operational thinking. "He'll move against the Ministry first," Harry said. "Not directly, he moved against it directly last time and it cost him. He'll infiltrate. Fudge is susceptible to the kind of pressure Lucius Malfoy can apply, and Malfoy is already in his pocket. He'll use the Ministry's existing mechanisms to suppress information, isolate his opponents, and create the conditions for a political takeover before an armed one. That's," Tonks started. "Consistent with what we've mapped of his Death Eater network's current movements," Kingsley finished. He was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had been hoping Harry would be at these meetings and had not been disappointed. "He's already placed people. Percy Weasley," he glanced at Molly, who had gone very still, "is in a position at the Ministry that gives whoever influences him access to Fudge's office. We believe he's being worked." "Percy's not a Death Eater," Ginny said immediately. "No. He's ambitious and he's been given a version of events that appeals to his ambition. He doesn't know he's being used." Kingsley looked at Ginny. "I'm not saying he's culpable. I'm saying he's a lever." Ginny's jaw was set. Harry, beside her, felt through the bond the sharp specific pain of that. Percy was her brother, difficult and prideful and distant but hers. "We can get to Percy," she said. "Before they use him." Molly looked at her. "Family can reach him in a way the Order can't," Ginny said. "Not official. Just," she paused. "Mom. Let me try." Molly looked at Arthur. Something passed between them that had the depth of 20 years of knowing each other. "All right," Molly said. "But carefully." "I'm always careful," Ginny said. 3 people at the table made the expression of people not saying things. "Carefully," Ginny repeated, with dignity. The autumn moved fast. Percy was reached in October, through a conversation at the Ministry that Ginny engineered with the social intelligence she'd been developing for years, appearing at Percy's office on the pretext of a family errand, staying long enough to plant seeds she'd selected specifically for Percy's particular kind of pride, leaving before he could argue. Arthur reinforced it. Molly wrote a letter. It took 3 weeks and the specific kind of patient family pressure that Voldemort's operatives, who understood power but not family, had not anticipated as a countermeasure. Percy showed up at Grimmauld Place on a Sunday morning in November with the expression of a man who had made a decision that cost him something but had made it correctly. Ginny opened the door and looked at him. "Don't say it," Percy said. "I wasn't going to say anything," Ginny said. "You were." "I was going to say come in and have tea," Ginny said. "Which I am now saying. So come in and have tea." Percy came in. The intelligence he carried about Fudge's office and the Ministry's internal compromises was significant, and Kingsley debriefed him with thoroughness and care, and Percy, once the pride of correctly identifying his situation had replaced the pride of the position he'd been given, was genuinely useful and deeply angry about having been used, which translated into a quality of cooperation that was comprehensive. Harry watched this from the kitchen doorway and thought about what Lupin had said about his mother not distinguishing between what she was supposed to care about and what she actually cared about. Ginny, he thought, had inherited that quality wholesale. The Ministry fell in January. Not all at once, it fell the way things fell when the rot had been in them long enough, from the inside first and the outside second. Fudge was replaced by Thickness, who was under the imperius, which Kingsley identified in the first week by the specific quality of his policy decisions, coherent from the outside, evacuated of independent judgment on the inside. The Death Eaters came out openly in February, which meant the pretense of political infiltration gave way to the more straightforward business of armed occupation. Hogwarts was the next target, because Hogwarts was both symbol and strategic asset. Control of it meant control of a generation, and because Voldemort understood that Harry Potter would not abandon it. He was correct about this. They were in their 5th year, 15, and Harry held a meeting in the Room of Requirement with 47 students who had found their way there through a combination of the DA network Hermione had been quietly building since 3rd year and what Harry could only describe as the castle's own inclination to show people where they needed to be. He stood at the front of the room and looked at the faces: Neville, who had become someone remarkable under the pressure of the last 5 years, Luna, who had always been remarkable and who the pressure had simply clarified, the Patil twins, Dean, Seamus, students from all 4 houses in the proportions that mattered, which was everyone who had decided that sitting in their common rooms while the world outside was occupied was not something they were prepared to do. "Here's what I know," Harry said, without preamble. "Voldemort wants Hogwarts because it breaks people to see it fall. He's coming before the end of term. He'll come with numbers." He looked at the room. "We're not going to stop him with numbers. We're going to stop him by being better than his people at what we do, which we are, because we've been training for this and they've been waiting to be given permission to be terrible, and those are different preparations." The room was quiet. "The bond amplifies," Fleur said, from beside him. She was looking at the room with the clear perceptive quality she always brought. "Not just for us 4. The magic we've been building here," she indicated the Room of Requirement, "it is alive. The castle is alive. We are not fighting in a neutral space. We are fighting in a place that has known magic for 1,000 years and that knows the difference between what we're defending and what we're defending it against." "Can you use that?" Neville said. "Yes," Harry said. "And so can all of you. The magic of Hogwarts is accessible to anyone fighting for it. It's not mine. It's not anyone specifically. It's the castle's, and the castle is on our side." "How do you know?" someone asked from the back. Harry paused. How did he know? The way he knew most things, through the bond, through the ancient quality of the magic that had been humming at him since 1st year, through the Whitstaff texts and the things Apollon had taught them about primal magic and the way old places accumulated intention. "Because it's been helping us since we got here," he said. The doors, the stairs, the library, the Room of Requirement appearing when people needed it. That's not coincidence. It's the castle deciding. He looked at the room. We're what it decided for. The Death Eaters came on a Thursday in March. They came in force, 30 of them through the Hogsmeade entrance, more through Honeyduke's Passage and the one under the Whomping Willow, the systematic deployment of an attack that had been planned carefully and that expected the inside of Hogwarts to be defended by children and a handful of staff. They were incorrect in this expectation in several significant ways. The Hogwarts wards, which had been reinforced by Fleur and Hermione over 3 months of careful layered work, Fleur reading the ward structure with her perceptive quality, Hermione understanding the conceptual architecture, the 2 of them building additions that worked with the existing magic rather than over it, held for longer than any of the attacking Death Eaters had planned for. The entrance through Hogsmeade became a killing ground of magical obstacles that the Death Eaters had not surveyed because it had not been there a month ago. The passages were sealed by Harry, who had spent 2 years with the Marauders' map knowing exactly where they were and had worked with the castle to close them in ways that the castle, apparently, had always been capable of and simply hadn't been asked. The students in the corridors were not surprised. They moved in the patterns they'd rehearsed, the 47 plus others who had joined in the final months, organized not by house but by ability and position, occupying the high ground of the castle's geography with the deliberateness of people who had looked at a map and decided where they wanted to be. Harry moved through the castle quickly, the bond giving him a constant picture of where the other three were, Ginny holding the third floor with Neville in a way that the Death Eaters trying to advance there were finding deeply inadvisable, Hermione in the library with 6 students and an improvised ward system that was functionally a magical siege engine, Fleur coordinating the central hub of the Room of Requirement, which was functioning as command, communication, and casualty station. Simultaneously, he felt Voldemort before he saw him. The Scarlink was open, he'd stopped fighting it months ago, because closing it required effort he needed for other things and because having it open told him things. He felt the arrival of Voldemort in the castle through the awareness he'd been learning to manage, cold and focused and very powerful, moving through the ground floor with the deliberate pace of someone who was not concerned about the battle happening around him and was looking for one thing. Harry went down. They met in the entrance hall. Voldemort was tall and pale and wrong in the way that the fragment in the locket had been wrong, but amplified 1,000-fold, the walking embodiment of what happened when you unmade yourself deliberately in the pursuit of power, all of it channeled outward because there was nothing left inside to direct it toward. He had his wand up when Harry came down the last staircase and he looked at Harry with his red eyes and said, "Finally." "You've been busy," Harry said. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs. "The Ministry," Voldemort said, with dismissal. The Ministry was a beginning. This, he looked around the entrance hall, at the evidence of a battle happening everywhere but here, the sounds of it, the castle itself humming with intent, this is the ending. "It is an ending," Harry said. "But not the one you're planning." The entrance hall was large and high-ceilinged and old, and the ancient magic of Hogwarts was very present in it, the accumulated 1,000 years of the place, and Harry felt it the way he'd been feeling it since first year, the warmth of very old stone that had seen everything and had decided. Voldemort raised his wand. "You have no one here," he said. "Your bond mates are occupied. You are alone." "I'm never alone," Harry said, and meant it in every sense. He meant the bond, humming its steady warmth through his chest, all 3 of them present and alive and fighting and certain. He meant Hogwarts around him, attentive and present. He meant his parents, not in the hollow sense of the resurrection stone, not as apparitions but as the truth of what he was, the love protection in his skin and the quality Lupin had named, the attention to things, the problem over catastrophe, the essential and unkillable goodness at the center. He meant, too, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lived in him since infancy, which was not a part of him and had never been but which he had been carrying for 15 years, and which he had spent the summer understanding. Voldemort cast. The killing curse was green and fast and Voldemort had cast it more times than could be counted and it was the most powerful offensive spell in existence. Harry didn't dodge it. He had thought about this. He had thought about it since the conversation with Dumbledore in 4th year, since the understanding of what the fragment in him was and what destroying it required, and he had reached a conclusion that he had not shared with the others because sharing it would have produced a conversation that ended with 3 people forbidding him to do it, and he respected them too much to make them watch it. The bond flared. He felt all 3 of them register the curse, register his stillness, register what he was doing, the horror of it arriving through the bond like a wave, Ginny's NO reverberating through him so completely he felt it in his bones, but he held the bond steady, held all 3 of them in his chest, warm and real and certain, and let the curse hit. The entrance hall went white. He was somewhere between. The Amber Place. He recognized it, the place without walls or floors, the place that was warm and resonant and old, the place where the bond had been born. There was a figure at the edge of it. Small and formless and in pain, the thing that had been in him, Voldemort's fragment, the piece of a soul that had been unmade and was now being unmade further, unable in this place to maintain even the pretense of coherence. Harry looked at it. "You don't have to exist like this," he said. The fragment didn't answer. It didn't have the capacity for answer. Harry stood in the Amber Place and felt the bond around him, stronger here, cleaner, the full depth of it without the interference of bodies and distance. He felt Ginny, frantic and furious and doing something loud in the physical world. Hermione, calculating at the speed of terror. Fleur, reaching through the bond with both hands, refusing to let go. He turned away from the fragment and he walked toward them. He came back to himself on the stone floor of the entrance hall. Above him, Voldemort was standing and staring, not at Harry, who was on the floor, but at himself, at his own hands, with an expression that was unlike anything Harry had ever seen on that face, which had never, in all his experience of it, looked anything like lost. The fragment was gone. Destroyed by the killing curse hitting the protection Harry had been born with, and the protection had done what it had done once before, unmade what was dark and left what was living. But the killing curse had also removed the scar link. The connection between them was gone. The cold awareness of Voldemort that Harry had carried for 15 years was simply absent, like a tooth that had been aching so long you'd stop noticing and then suddenly wasn't there. Voldemort looked at Harry on the floor. Harry looked at Voldemort. "You're mortal," Harry said. His voice came out clear. Voldemort looked at him. Something in his eyes that was not fear. Fear required an investment in the future that Voldemort had long ago traded away, but was something adjacent. A calculation that was not completing because the numbers no longer worked. He raised his wand again. Ginny arrived from the staircase at a dead run, and the spell she cast was not from any curriculum and not from any book, and was the truest expression of what she'd been building since she was 10 years old in a garden, the shape of magic in the air, pointed at Voldemort's wand, and the wand shattered. Voldemort looked at his empty hand. Hermione came from the corridor to the left, wand up, her expression doing the thing it did when she was converting complete focus into action, and the wards she threw were the ones she'd been studying since age 9, primal magic architecture, old and comprehensive. Fleur came from the corridor to the right with her wand at her side and her eyes reading the magic of the room with the full perceptive depth of something that was half Vila and entirely itself, and what she did was quiet and vast. She reached into the magical structure of the moment and read Voldemort the way she had read the graveyard and the chamber and the locket, the way she read everything, and then she pulled the thread she found. The thing about Voldemort, the thing that the Horcruxes had been protecting, was that the magic that remained in him was fundamentally hollow. He had made himself hollow deliberately, had burned out everything that was not power and will and cold intent. But magic was a living thing, and living things needed what Voldemort had disposed of, and when Fleur found the hollow at the center of him and named it, in the ancient perceptive language that wasn't words, the way the bond communicated, the way old magic communicated, the hollow answered. It collapsed inward. Not dramatically. Not with a flash of light. Voldemort stood in the entrance hall of Hogwarts and came apart in the way that things came apart when the structure holding them together gave way, slowly, and then completely. He did not fall. He simply ceased. The entrance hall was very quiet. Harry got up from the floor. His knees were slightly unreliable. He stood anyway. Ginny crossed the hall and hit him so hard in the center of the chest that he took a step back, and the impact was not a punch, it was her arms around him and her face pressed against his shoulder and something vibrating through the bond that was too large and too mixed to be named. Relief and fury and love and 3 years of being 14 and 15 and doing this thing, and the specific unbearable intensity of watching someone you are bone-deep connected to choose to get hit with a killing curse. "If you ever," she said, into his shoulder, "do something like that again, I know," Harry said. "I will kill you myself." "I know. I mean it. I know you mean it." He put his arm around her. "I'm sorry. I had to. You could have told us. You would have stopped me." "Yes," Ginny said, fiercely. "Exactly." Hermione was there, which he felt before he saw, and her hand was on his other arm and she was doing the thing where she checked him systematically, eyes and pulse and magical resonance, the audit of a person she was terrified of losing deployed in real time now that the terror had somewhere to go. She didn't say anything. She just checked him. Then she gripped his arm very hard and let go. Fleur was last, because Fleur was always the most controlled, and when she came it was with the deliberateness of someone who has been holding something in and is choosing how to let it out. She looked at him for a long moment. Her expression was, everything. All of it. The 8-year-old who had come to Privet Drive and put her hand on his cheek and said you are very brave, and the 15-year-old who had just pulled a thread and unmade something that had been unmanning the world for half a century. You did not tell us, she said. No, Harry said. That was, I know. Harry. She stopped. Started again. You must know, you must understand that we would have found another way. I know you would have tried, Harry said. And it would have cost more time and more people, and the other way might not have worked. He looked at her. I knew this would work. I knew because the bond told me, the protection my mother put in me, the thing that's been growing for 15 years, I knew it was enough. That's the point of all of it, Fleur. The vessel. That's what Whitstaff meant. Fleur looked at him for a long time. Her expression did the full thing it did when she had processed something and arrived at acceptance, not easy acceptance, not uncomplicated, but real. Next time, she said, you tell us. There won't be a next time, Harry said. Harry, he's dead, Harry said. He's actually dead. The Horcruxes are gone, and I just felt the link disappear, and he's gone. He looked at all three of them. It's done. Around them, the sounds of the battle had changed. The Death Eaters who were still in the castle, those who hadn't fled when the wards held and their numbers didn't deliver what was promised, were facing the students and the staff and the castle itself, and without Voldemort's presence to maintain them, they were making the decisions frightened people made when the certainty behind their fear evaporated. Kingsley's voice came from the entrance, loud and clear and with all the authority of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. Aurors. This ends now. The weeks after were long and complicated and nothing like clean. Harry had expected this, or something like it. The idea that ending the war would immediately end the consequences of the war was not one he'd ever entertained. There were Death Eaters to be apprehended and tried, this time with trials, which Hermione had been insisting on since third year and which Kingsley, now acting minister while Thickness was treated for the Imperius, was committed to. There were ministry departments to be investigated and reformed. There were Hogwarts students and staff who had been hurt. There was a press that needed managing, which turned out to be Fleur's particular territory. She handled the Prophet and the international magical press with the precision of someone who had been managing public perception of herself since she was 6 and had never had any illusions about the relationship between truth and how truth was presented. They want the hero story, she said, at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, which had become something between a headquarters and a home over the course of the year. Boy who lived defeats Dark Lord. Very clean. Very simple. We give them the accurate version, Harry said. The accurate version involves 4 15-year-olds, an ancient bond, a decade of preparation, and the deliberate destruction of 7 soul fragments across multiple years, Fleur said. It is not a simple story. Good, Harry said. Simple stories are more dangerous than complicated ones. People build bad policies on simple stories. Fleur looked at him. Then she wrote the accurate version, and it ran in every major wizarding publication in 3 languages and was 3,000 words long and credited everyone who had contributed, including Kingsley and Lupin and the DA students and Sharpclaw of Gringotts, who received a formal acknowledgement that made Hermione's careful 4-year relationship with him into public record. Sharpclaw, through a brief official response, indicated that Gringotts considered its relationship with the Bond Group to be ongoing and mutually beneficial. Hermione considered this the nicest thing she'd received in the entire aftermath. Dumbledore came to Grimmauld Place on a Friday 3 weeks after the battle, and they sat in the kitchen with tea and the afternoon light and the particular quality of a conversation that both parties know has been coming and have been thinking about how to have. He looked tired. He looked older, in a way that was not physical, the specific age that came from watching things you had worked toward for decades arrive at their conclusion and being present for it without being the one who made the final move. It was the age of a plan completed by someone else's hands. Harry looked at him and felt something that was not quite sympathy but was adjacent to it. Dumbledore had been wrong about several things and right about several others and had spent a decade adjusting a strategy designed for one boy to accommodate 4, and had done it with increasing grace and genuine partnership, and the end had been better than his original design. "How are you?" Dumbledore said, to all four of them. "Tired," Hermione said. "But all right." "Excellent, actually," Ginny said. "Which feels strange, but I'll take it." "Relieved," Fleur said. "In the way of someone who has been holding a great deal and has been allowed to put it down." "Good," Harry said. "Genuinely." He paused. "You?" Dumbledore looked at him. "Grateful," he said. "For the correction. I had a plan that would have required things of you that I am now very glad were never required." Harry knew what he meant. The walk into the Forbidden Forest, the quiet sacrifice, the plan that had needed one boy alone with a death. "We found a better way," he said. "You found a better way," Dumbledore said. "That is a distinction I want to be honest about." He looked at his hands, folded on the table. "I have spent a great deal of my life believing that I was usually right about the shape of how things should go. I am revising that belief." He looked up. "Not about everything. I was right that the Horcruxes were the key. I was right that the protection in Harry's blood was real. But the shape of how those truths were used was ours to decide," Harry said. "Not yours." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "And you decided them well." He paused. "What comes next, for all of you?" "School," Hermione said immediately. "We finish school. We're 15, there are 3 years left and I intend to use them." "Agreed," Fleur said. "And there is work to be done in the magical world that requires credentials and connections that institutions provide, even imperfect ones." "I want to fly," Ginny said. "Properly. Quidditch, at least. Something that is just the thing itself, not preparation for something." Harry smiled at that. "You should," he said. "And you?" Dumbledore said to Harry. Harry thought about it. He thought about the library and the bond and the question of what came after when the thing you'd been preparing for was over. He thought about the Whitstaff texts and what they said about becoming people worth becoming, and about whether that project was completed or ongoing. "I want to understand the bond better," he said. "What it is, what it means, what it can be. Not for strategic reasons, we're not preparing for anything. Just because it's the most extraordinary thing I've ever experienced and I've been too busy to appreciate it properly." He looked at Dumbledore. "And I want to help rebuild things. The ministry needs rebuilding and the school needs rebuilding and the culture needs rebuilding. The war ended but the conditions that let someone like Voldemort happen didn't go away because he did." "No," Dumbledore said. "They didn't. So there's work," Harry said. "There's always work." He paused. "But not urgent work. Not world-ending work. Just ordinary important work. The kind that takes years and doesn't get a story in the Prophet." He looked at the table, and then at all three of them, Hermione with her cup and her thinking face, Ginny with her ankles crossed and her fingers drumming lightly on the wood, Fleur with her hands in her lap and her expression doing the thing it did when she was satisfied but maintaining composure. "The kind that matters," Hermione said. "Yes," Harry said. "Exactly that." They went back to Hogwarts in September. 6th year. The castle in autumn, the particular version of it that Harry had loved since he first saw it, the grounds going amber and brown, the lake dark and still, the owls starting their evening patterns, the smell of the entrance hall that was stone and old wood and Peeves having recently been in it. They came off the carriages together, all four, and walked up the front steps and Harry stopped on the top step and turned and looked at the grounds. Behind him, Ginny stopped and turned too. Then Hermione, then Fleur, all four of them standing on the steps of Hogwarts on a September evening looking out at the world they'd spent a decade remaking. It was very ordinary. It was very beautiful. "I know what the bond is for," Harry said. No one asked what he meant. They felt it through the bond, the answer he'd arrived at, the one he'd been working toward since the Amber Place, since the Whitstaff texts, since a cupboard in Surrey and 3 girls who had come across Britain in the middle of the night because the world had decided to send something to him. Not weapons. Not soldiers. Not a team assembled for a purpose. Family. The kind that was written in the bones of the world. The kind that came from choice and stayed from love and didn't distinguish between the things you were supposed to care about and the things you actually cared about. The kind that put its hand in yours in a dark cupboard and said, "We came for you," without condition or contract. "I know," Ginny said. "I know," said Hermione. "I know," said Fleur. They stood on the steps of Hogwarts as the last light went amber over the mountains, and the bond hummed its steady warmth in all 4 of them, and the castle was lit and alive behind them, and the world was not simple and not clean and had years and years of ordinary important work ahead of it. Harry turned back toward the doors. "Coming," he said. They came.